We have to start supporting ourselves. We have to add value to our content and our voices.
Hey, hey, haters gone, hate supporters done it. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Support me your own, don't support one of them clones. I'm really one of them ones, I'm really in my they dumb. Cash app, $sign on by rhyme. Hey, 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 hey. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Hey, 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 hey. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Hey, support me your own, don't support one of them clones. I'm really one of them ones, I'm really in my they dumb. Cash app, $sign on by rhyme. I'm really real one of them. I'm really him, I'm really out here standing on 10. Like and subscribe, thumbs up the video. I'm really real one of them. I'm really him, I'm really out here standing on 10. Like and subscribe, thumbs up the video. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Support me your own, don't support one of them clones. I'm really one of them ones, I'm really in my they dumb. Cash app, $sign on by his rhyme. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Support me your own, don't support one of them clones. I'm really one of them ones, I'm really in my they dumb. Cash app, $sign on by his rhyme. I'm really real one of them. I'm really him, I'm really out here standing on 10. Like and subscribe, thumbs up the video. I'm really real one of them. I'm really him, I'm really out here standing on 10. Like and subscribe, thumbs up the video. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Support me your own, don't support one of them clones. I'm really one of them ones, I'm really him, but they dumb. Cash app, $sign on by his rhyme. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Haters gone, hate supporters done it. Support me your own, don't support one of them clones. I'm really one of them ones, I'm really him, but they dumb. Cash app, $sign on by his rhyme. Please don't please support on it. I'm really one of them ones, I'm really him, but they dumb. Cash app, $sign on by his rhyme. Cash app, $sign on by his rhyme. Cash app, $sign on by his rhyme. I'm really real one of them ones that they dumb. Thumbs up, subscribe, cash app, $sign on by his rhyme.
We talk in terms here. And we're saying as intelligent people, we can actually sit down, have a great discussion, but get that scholarship right on that. The scholarship on African Americans is proper. The scholarship on FBA is very, very sketchy, yo. I just want to say that, make that point.
All right.
That's all I'm
Okay,
saying, but that ain't hard. That ain't a hard sell. Yeah. Could you hear me?
Did you hear me now? Yeah. Yeah, I heard
loud
you.
and clear.
I was just,
that's all I'm saying.
I was just trying. All right, so hear what I'm saying. All right.
Go ahead.
So we understand that African American was instituted by Jesse Jackson in 1980. So now here's the problem with that. It don't matter what they make legal. Right? What does that mean? Like you can't force something on You can't force something on us and make it legal and say take it or leave it. That's not how that works, buddy. We are a people. We are a body politic, and we could determine. Matter of fact, black is still more accepted than African American, and black was never in the books. Black Americans, like we made that poppin'. At the same time, Jesse Jackson talked about African Americans. Ain't nobody ever, old niggas, ain't nobody my age in my group ever said African American. We only check the box. There's Black Power. Black Panthers and shit like that. Ain't no African American power, African American powers, none of that shit. Now watch this. Now, the reason why we ran from that term historically. So now I'm gonna bring you to our early ancestors that fought in the Civil War for citizenship in America. Okay, the term African. The term African. Yeah. Yes, I'm gonna catch you up now. So we rather took on the word terms Negro and color because we felt like African can get us. It implies immigration. It implies foreigner. So we always rejected that. Frederick Douglass never took on that term. None of our great leaders at that time didn't take on no African American. That was a term that was hardly ever circulated. Even the founder of the AME Church, the person who came after him, I think it's a woman. They resented the term. They wanted to take the word African out of that. Go Google that. They want to get rid of that because, again, they looked at that as a trick bag, a deportation term. So they took on Negro, they took on color, and none of them ever been to Africa, no relations. So good try. You're not going to send us over there. So that was always a term that was put on us. Go ahead.
No, I was laughing.
Okay. Yeah, so we ran from that term. And none of our greats called themselves African American. Matter of fact, like Negro and color was more of a popular term. I think color was a political term, like African American, and Negro was a term that people just took like more because it felt better, like black and like FBA. Yeah, so that denotes Africa, which Italian American, immigrant, Mexican American, immigrant, Jamaican American, immigrant, African American, immigrant, German American, immigrant. See, those terminologies are very important, and so we're wise today. We like, hold up, that was a little slick trick back, and like I said, it didn't really catch fire. Nobody. You got more first generation, second generation immigrants who call themselves African American more than we do.
So let me say something real fast. Great conversation, bro. And I just want to just shout out to you on your platform. Man. I like to see successful people, man, be successful and come from the ground up, yo. So let me make this point. Black is also a trick bag because even if you looked up the definition, you would have to include people from Oceania in that definition. And so the term black in unto itself, yo, is a descriptor, right? And definitely was a racialized term, black people. That's a racialized term, meaning before the 1700s, there was no white people. And without white people, there was no black people. And so that was part of the colonial trick to racialize us and put us at the bottom of the hierarchy, bro. So white was at the top, the white angel food cake and the black devil food cake. Remember all that? Remember how white is purity and God and black is dirty, filthy, and evil, right? And demonic. And so they racialized it. So I ain't tripping. We black powered. I'm black African power. We did that in the 60s, right? Because we was trying to gain our identity. That's fine, right? But black doesn't denote where you come from. Where the hell do black people reside? Hell, the majority of the planet are people of color. They live in the temperate zones, right? So in reality, the reason African American was used because it denotes where your ancestry came from, right? And since we do not have the technology yet to say what tribe we came from, that's lost. We just wanted to identify with the continent in general so that people would know. If you just say you black people, then everybody could be black people. They had the racist one drop rule, right? Pseudoscientific rule. You know what I'm saying? So I don't actually have a whole lot of problem with the FBA. I told you what the problem was. You probably was off mute. Let me say it again. But yeah, I was on mute. But before you go there, let me just real quickly respond to the white and black thing. So in the 1700s, the word white was introduced, but not black, because they created white to distinguish us from them. Right. But there was no black at the same time. Black came from us, Elijah Muhammad. Okay. And it wasn't about a skin color. Elijah Muhammad introduced it as an experience. Okay. This is why when Obama ran for presidency in 2004, everybody said he wasn't black. But he's obviously, a lot of politicians said people or activists said he wasn't black. Now, he was obviously black in color. See, but it was more than that. It's an experience, and they tie it to a slave legacy. So that's why we were the only people called black at the time. Nobody else was called black. Everybody was like Nigerian, Igbo, whatever they were, Haitian. We were the only black people in the world at the time. We were saying I'm black and I'm proud. Right. This is a new term that they embraced when they came to America.
or when they exchanged in conversation with us, some of them that was down with us became activists with us, took on the term black, but that was never theirs. You know, the universal Negro thing is, you know, it's Negro there. It's not black, it's not African American. You got the word Negro there. And NAACP got color there. It's no black. So we know it was always black. I mean, it was always colored, Negro. And then the 60s brought in black, and then Jesse Jackson came, we believe, to undermine the black thing and say African American. But this last thing, you said black don't tell you where you come from. Exactly. That's why we say American. We say foundational. Right. You're right. So that black is your experience. And because some of us are light as, you know, snow, so it's not about a color thing. So black is your experience, and America is the land that you're from, where you were born, all of your ancestry, the generation, things like that, your ancestors. And foundational just tell you what you did for this country, how it came to be, that you were here in the beginning, you built it in the beginning, and you got 50% ownership. So,
okay, so let me respond. So no, the word was Negro, Negro, Portuguese, right? French.
Now, don't do that. Don't do that.
Black. No, Negro means black. What
it comes from Greek. Okay, don't.
Portuguese.
Listen,
Let me finish. Don't cut me
no,
off.
no, dude. The term comes. I just want to correct you for that. Don't embarrass you. It comes from Greek.
Okay, you going back far. I'm saying the Portuguese said Negro. Come on,
Okay.
yo, French
Did
word.
they say black or Negro?
No, because they speaking in Portuguese and they speaking in French, bro. The colonial powers wasn't speaking in English.
So why did English people in America say Negro and not black?
No, you gotta let me talk, yo. They did.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, I heard people argue this. It's not good.
It's a great argument. I'm saying that white people, like I said Negro. In English, it's black. So since we was in America, we said black. They called us Negro. And then we was like, we don't want to hear Negro. The Negro College Fund.
What about color then?
The Black College Fund. No. So I'm saying
what color is colored?
That's even wilder. All of it is wild. Listen, I'm not tripping off the next iteration of black people or African American people. I'm not opposed to FBA. What I'm opposed to is people claiming FBA and spit at their damn ancestors like they ain't got no damn sense. The shit is retarded. Like, I'm not sitting here. First of all, I recognize that African Americans aren't indigenous Africans. That's bullshit. We have our own unique ethnogenesis right here in America. We're whole. We not indigenous Africans. We don't even practice African culture. We practice African American culture. We're a brand new tribe. We're a brand new clan, brand new tribe that was part of the largest forced migration on planet Earth. Yo, I'm saying no more different than ancient times when the clan and the tribe get snatched somewhere and they grow and they do. Yo, that's part of the thing. Migration, forced migration. So I'm never saying that we goddamn Africans. I'm saying we Africans in fucking America, thus African Americans, black Americans, right? I understand it. I'm not an indigenous African. Okay. My point is, I don't have a problem with us segue into FBA because maybe it may be a more technical term and knocks down some of the things you're talking about. I ain't opposed that. I'm saying, but get that goddamn history straight. I'm saying, historically speaking, FBA, right? We do have an ethnogenesis with Native American tribes and European tribes in America. We do, but we're not the indigenous people in America. You can look in your chat right now. I ain't even looking at it. I bet you somebody talking crazy about Africans and how we was the first black. No, get that straight, bro. So it has to be tight. It can't just be loose. You can't brush it away. Come on, yo, we got tight. Come on, yo, there's no pseudo around here, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, now you kind of mixing it up, like you said, the thing about God thing. That's people's personal opinions.
I ain't say God.
Right. So now,
God.
No. I'm getting early. We get the analogy earlier. All right. Okay. So now watch this. So I'm not gonna respond because we'll go back and forth. I'm gonna move forward to your next.
All right, good.
Point. Okay. You said African American. Okay. So now,
right.
When somebody calls themselves Jamaican, right? Right. You know Jamaica. Do they just say that now? Aren't they from Africa the same way you say we from Africa, the same type of, and they left Africa the same way we left Africa?
Yeah,
right.
Facts.
DNA and everything. Okay. Do you have a problem with them not calling themselves African Jamaican? Just Jamaican, African Haitian, African Dominican Republic.
Yeah. If that's they choose, I don't got a problem with it.
Right, and we chose right, and we spoke because the census spoke over here. Now hold on. So now
That's
number
cool.
two is
Uh-huh.
isn't Jamaica right? Jamaican isn't Trinidad and Tobago? Aren't these exclusive terms for those people that have roots and history in that country, that region?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Okay, is African American all exclusive to us?
Yeah. Until a
Okay,
person come over
so
here, they will classify a person coming from
that's what
Africa
I
and their
mean.
children.
I'm saying, am I speaking about?
No, your statement was it's exclusive of us, and I'm saying if need be, it can be. If it needs to be brought forth when dealing with reparations, you can clearly distinguish on who
Aren't they
migrated later
tagged?
on, yo.
Hmm?
No, your phone stopped. I couldn't hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. Aren't they tagged into the African American culture and experience with no distinction, right?
Yep, it's tagged in. Absolutely, absolutely. Next
Right.
generations,
We
the
have
next
issue with that.
generations.
Yeah,
I know.
we have issue with
I
that.
know. And we can talk about that.
Then that blurs the line, and then that blurs the lines when things like reparations, redlining, Jim Crow, and things like that pop up. Convict leasing, sharecropping, the peanut system, the coal mines, all when that stuff come up, these people are also Black American, African American, and they're going to be in line looking for a check, and not just that, other assistance that was for us, like the.
But why would you care? Why would you actually care if people who've been actually marginalized, whether we was African,
they got to handle that with their government.
So but they're not. They
like we did with ours.
They in this government now.
Huh?
They in this government now.
They willingly. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm
but
not
that's the problem.
But you get my point, though. I hear what you're saying. I'm just saying I'm not opposed.
I got you, and
that's all.
And nobody agree with that shit. Like that's a total. Even Africans and Jamaicans believe like CARICOM is for them, and they believe whatever fight they got with the Belgium, every African, Rwandan got issues. Like they understand they got to go after their own government. And even the N-Cobra thing was kind of like that. Like everybody fight their own government for systemic oppression, things like that.
No,
but
I agree.
No,
what I'm saying is I agree. I think Nigerians who have been oppressed, right? Central African, West Africans, right? I think they should have a legal case with their government. It just makes sense, bro. So that's not what I'm saying.
Right.
I'm saying I don't have a problem with a person who ancestors been through oppression, hustling the number one hustler. That's all I was saying, bro. Whether that's realistic
so now,
or not.
Let's talk about CARICOM. Do you think CARICOM got an issue? Yeah, so CARICOM is. I got you. So CARICOM for the chat. Yeah, CARICOM is the reparations movement. Like that's their version of Adolf for the West Indies, right? So now CARICOM ain't gonna say what you're saying. Like, ain't no Jamaican gonna say what you're saying. No West Indian gonna say what you're saying. Yeah, blacks come over here and hustle some of this money, but it's a limited amount of money. There's 43 million of it, bro. Like so whatever they hand out to, I'm not hand out, but whatever we're owed and they cut the check, that might not be enough. That might just be for a generation. So you can't scrape off nothing. You dig? It's like whatever we're getting, whatever's owed to us might not be enough. They might do the flim flam and say, hey, we'll give you this for now, just to hold you over and give you something later. Say, but that something for now will be divvied up to people who don't have the same experience. And guess what? When you don't have the same experience, you don't have the same trauma. So you're in this country thriving, Nigerians. You're in this country thriving, other black people, because systemic oppression, like you don't know anything about that. All you know is colonization, and you know how to fight your tribe. So our experience here, they look at us like we're just failures. Like, what the fuck? Like Myron Gaines says, there's no excuse for a black person to be failing or to come up short. Like that's kind of like a lot of their mentalities, because they don't understand systemic oppression. They never had that, dude. Like black folks governed them, and they was always the majority.
So you kind of skipped the part about the FBA and its origins and how it was pseudo information around that. And what I said while you was gone, I was like, so basically, why not just fix that? But you got people in the chat actually think we are the indigenous people in America. This is the most ridiculous shit ever, yo. Like, we're not doing that. How is that making sense?
Okay, let me respond to that.
Yeah, respond.
So, okay, cool. Here we go again. Listen.
Yeah, you gotta respond.
People at the end of the day, people can call it ADOS, they can call it Foundation Black American, they can call it Freedmen. I just say the lineage, because it comes down to you got to prove your lineage. You dig? So if you say you're a Native American, you're the black ones, that don't bother me, because you still got to show your paperwork. So you can say you're the grassroots. You can say I'm the GRBA. I'm the grassroots Black American. It don't matter. You still got to prove you're of the lineage. And that's all that matters to me. You call yourself whatever you want. Once you show and prove you're part of the lineage, then you're my family.
So immigrants can't prove they're part of the lineage, though? What immigrant coming from Nigeria in 2005 can prove that his ancestors was brought to America? They couldn't do it neither, bro. So
No. That's not what I'm saying.
can prove that.
No.
That's what I'm saying.
No, you kind of miss what I'm saying.
You got to prove your lineage. I didn't miss that. You say you have to prove your lineage.
Right.
Don't
no,
care.
I'm saying,
so why would
when I say lineage, listen, when I say lineage, I'm saying, well, we don't. You see, because we never embraced that term, so that don't mean nothing.
Do you get my point though?
But
I know you get my point.
Yeah, I got you. Hey, by the way, look.
Is
the
that
issue we got with that, we don't. No. What I'm saying is, you got to hear the counter argument. We don't have an issue with that. Y'all got an issue with ours. So when somebody said African American, we don't. Look, let me just. I said, yeah, okay, everybody but you, right? But the one I'm saying, everybody who calls themselves African American but you. What I'm saying is, we never had a problem with them saying they're African American. We're saying don't force that on us. And guess what? If you don't want to be called FBA, you ain't FBA. You whatever. You're African American. But we are.
I agree.
But we are Foundation Black American, and so we don't mind, because the African American thing had been in existence since like the late '80s. Yeah, it's like a 30-year run, like on a 4-year run. And it's a nothing burger. You got to admit, like, that ain't go nowhere. Ain't nobody got AA tattooed on their arm. People got black, people, like all our businesses and Black Wall Street, Little Haiti, Black Wall. Ain't no goddamn African American Wall Street. So that never resonated with the average black person in America. So it's to us, it's a nothing burger. So we don't go around, tripping. You did, because we know the average person don't even call themselves that. It's only an application.
Can I ask you, where you get that from? Like there was no groundswell until Tariq split the daggone ADOS shit. Wasn't no groundswell for nobody changing their name. Like, come on, bro, we're not gonna sit here and do that, yo. But let me say,
don't make me share my screen now.
No, I was quiet, bro.
Okay. Now,
I don't care about you sparing no screen to me. I ain't making no claim. I'm making a point here. Your point was that at the end of the day, we should be able to verify our lineage. Okay, well, no matter what you called yourself, the booty boo from the booty boo, once you prove your lineage, it's going to take you back to them slave ships and being brought to the Americans. So whoever don't qualify at that notion, you dropped off anyway, regardless of what you called yourself, bro. So I'm just saying, people that's going to give you billions of dollars is smart enough not to allow people in that don't supposed to be in that motherfucker. Now, that's not going to always stop the scammers or the people trying to get the money. Oh, I get that. But what I'm saying is, you have not addressed the point of, which is essential, right? Like, when you say African American, we can verify that we was on those slave ships and came to America, thus Americans. And we built this motherfucker.
Not all African Americans.
Okay, no, the ones that don't have a lineage,
See,
but they have become
it's confusing.
Let me finish. It's actually not. Let me finish my point. It's actually not. Because like you said, we would have to prove our lineage. But a FBA ain't no such thing as an FBA based off of the misinformation around it. There is no historical documentation that says that there was an indigenous black people in America that mixed with Africans from Africa to form that. There's no such thing as that, bro. That's a made-up pseudo-scientific nonsense, and it's not religious. It's part of the quote-unquote foundation history of what y'all trying to do with the FBA. Y'all got to change that, bro. You might get a few more people.
No, we don't.
But until y'all don't address that,
we're not.
that's pseudo.
Wait, few more people. Few more people. Ain't nobody got more numbers than us.
You made that. You made that up. You definitely made that up. You had to prove that.
Okay.
Yeah, you made that up.
Watch this.
Yeah, you made that up. Yeah, you made that up.
Okay, relax. Okay, for one, let's go with Tariq Nasheed. So we got him pushing FBA, reaching probably 1 million people. Who you got pushing whatever agenda? Like who Who is behind the microphone pushing your mission and your statement and what you got going on? Who?
You don't got to push nothing. We already
Actually,
know
nobody.
that. No, we already there.
Okay, yeah, actually,
we don't
yeah,
got to
but
do that. We don't got to do that.
You know, what's crazy?
It's that
A lot of our
It's a
talking
fringe
points.
movement. It's a fringe movement,
Now,
bro.
a lot of
It's
our
a
talking
fringe
points have made it to
pseudo-scientific
politics
movement, though.
on the biggest. I got
it's
you.
a
But watch
fringe
this, though.
pseudo-scientific movement, yo. You know it like
I got
do.
you.
We're not gonna play
But
that.
FBA,
Address that though.
I got you. But
that.
FBA, I am. I'm just with this. FBA, our talking points made the biggest stages in America. Okay, so it was Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders debating systemic racism after she put him on notice going to Breakfast Club, and Charlemagne was using he does humor now, but he was using Tariq talking points to ask questions for everybody that was a liberal candidate. Kamala, Biden, Bernie Sanders, all of them. He was asking all about reparations, and they was forced to talk about systemic racism for the first time on the largest stage in this country. Then you got Donald Trump, all of a sudden talking about 14th Amendment birthright citizenship. That's our talking points.
Man,
nobody ever said that before.
That's all. You made that up, man. You sound like Lord Avenue. Man, get out of here with that. That's nonsense. I'm not getting into the nonsense. So let's get back to fix the history. Indigenous black people in America.
Right, so now let's get
with African Americans and Europeans. Let's deal with that, bro. That's the foundation of what we're talking about. Let's deal with the foundation of it. Let's tear it down and fix it, and then you may have more people that will listen.
Nah, we good. It's nothing to fix. It's perfect.
Okay, all right.
Like when we say FBA, you could call it pseudo whatever. But you know what's funny? When we say FBA, and it's definitely in our spaces. When you say FBA, they know exactly what they're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay? I didn't know it was such a people. I had no idea.
Shit. Hell no.
Yeah, I didn't know.
We got way more people on board. Okay, so Phil Scott, does Phil Scott believe like Tariq Nasheed? He got 400,000 on all his platforms, about 400,000 subscribers. Does he believe like Tariq Nasheed?
I mean, anybody get tricked. You're a trick nigga. So I don't know about getting tricked, yo. No. Get tricked. It's called a trick, yo.
Okay, but what's the trick though? But what's the trick?
Trick is while you holler FBA, when your ass go get a job or do something, you don't put that on that motherfucker. Right. It's just like people talking crazy when they leave America.
We put black ain't by itself.
Let me finish, yo. When you put that shit on the passport, yo, you don't put FBA. Your passport don't say that. So I'm saying
it's a grassroots movement.
No. Thank you. So let's act like it. Let's don't act like it's an overwhelming movement. It's grassroots because it's in the grass. It's at the roots.
It's still small. It's still small compared to.
Thank you.
No, but it's growing though. Okay, can we agree? Can we agree?
Hold on. You say who promote our voice?
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Right. Every time a person step into that mic and fight for the rights of African Americans and Black Americans, right? That's our voice, bro. Come on.
Oh yeah, man. Black American. Yeah, Black American, and just put an F there, and that's us. See, ain't nothing even changed. We just said foundational.
Look. I just wanted to.
Ain't nothing even changed.
Listen, I'm out of here, bro.
I appreciate
this serious conversation. Hopefully we can get Lord Ab on here. That'll be an even better conversation.
Oh yeah. So that's gonna be the longer conversation.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good conversation.
As a matter of fact, I went back and started looking at your dialogue because Lord Ab, I don't think might say some pseudo shit. So I'm back here fact checking what he said. So I'm preparing for him to get on here.
No, you mean y'all gonna have.
Well, he said a lot of shit. That's supposed to be like lawful. He said a lot of stuff that's supposed to be lawful, and I don't know, man. Look a little sketchy.
Yeah. Well, he only know what you are.
I'm just gonna put it, and I'm gonna say, bro, is this true or false? That's all.
And I believe that's how you pronounce it.
ADOS, man. ADOS, not audio.
And the comments I'm about to make now are not about a particular group, right? This is about like the comments and the overall ideas and things that I've been seeing from the discussion, and what it just made me realize that and again, this is not about whether you are, about this group or that group. This is not that discussion, all right? I'm just talking about what I've seen.
Notice how they never want to talk to an FBA.
What I've seen just really had me thinking that wow, the mission of slavery worked. And what I mean by that is that I don't see any other group run away from their roots and lineage as much as I do Black Americans.
Okay, so now he can't even explain that. Like, this is the thing. I'm a tether and I say so. They all say this. Let that go. They all say this, but they never tell you how. They just say it. So maybe he's the first. I never watched this. I watched the first couple of seconds and I knew he's a tether complaining, and I put it in the queue to watch later on a live. So let's see if he gives examples.
I just don't. And the only main real difference is slavery, right? Like, people, when I say things like we need to come together, I clearly said we have issues that need to be discussed between continental Africans and West Indians and American born folks. I mean, we got issues within those particular communities, like African American, light skin versus dark skin, which also exists on the African continent, which is why some countries have outlawed skin bleaching cream, which also exists in West Indian continent countries. We got all of these issues with.
Yeah, but if you gotta if you have to outline skin bleaching cream in 2025, we all don't have the same issues, man. Some of us are locked into the 1860s, the 1880s. Yeah, bro. Our issues are clearly like a century apart.
In the countries themselves. So my point was we need to have these conversations about how we can come together, because these folks don't see us as anything else but all black people. And you would think I would say that I was saying that, yo, black Americans, y'all need to drop your names, drop those quote unquote slave names, and renounce your this and get you and move to Africa and change your name to Jabari Asante Sana. Like no, like I wasn't saying any of that. I'm simply saying that it's important to acknowledge that your roots did not start here, that they started on the African continent.
Now, that part is where we got to talk. Dude, okay. All right. Roots. Roots. Now, this is a word that's being thrown around. When you say our roots started in Africa, again, good job. I don't even know what he mean by that, but let's just go with that. Okay. Let's go with that. So what do you want us to do or say? We were called African American for damn near 40 years, right? So I would consider that acknowledging your quote unquote African roots. You dig? Now that we're dropping the word African, here's the question back to them. Now that so he will have to admit, when we were called African American for almost 40 years, were we then accepting our root, whatever that is, in his mind? That's why we got to talk to this guy. Okay. Our Africanness, right. Okay. Now we're in 2025. It's becoming redundant. We need him to explain root. And the new question is, are we American at all? Are we American? What about us is African other than pointing at some goddamn 23andMe results? Because that's not going to say African. That's going to point at certain countries in Africa. And it's going to show a small percentage, a minority percentage of the 4 African countries there. Some of us have more European, like let's say Germany. Yvette Carnell's Irish. She has more Irish ancestry, DNA, than she does in any one country in Africa. But somehow she's African. Can you tell me which African in Africa? That just sounds dumb. Which one of those folks in those 54 countries have more European ancestry in them than their own country? Like, this is getting stupid, but this is why I'd rather talk to them, because I want to show how dumb they are, like I did with Kwame and American Dream. This got to be a conversation to show they don't make any sense. Like, dude, why are y'all mad that we're Black Americans? That's all we're saying. What changed? You ask this guy, is Black American? You ask his opinion. His opinion. Ask him, is Black American and African American interchangeable? I would love for him to give that answer. Is Black and African to a degree in his mind? Remember, I'm asking his opinion because I know he's Afrocentric. So I know how he thinks. Okay, so is African and Black interchangeable? If the answer is yes, then we're just adding a foundation on top of Black American. Foundational Black Americans. That's it. But Lex would say they're gaslighting, and they are.
And my belief is when you tie yourself to something that started before one of the most heinous periods in our existence, which was slavery,
the gaslighting,
then you're rooting yourself in something more powerful. And look, when you look at so many of the things that we do, the language.
Hold on. So we got Jovan Snell in the building. Peace. Welcome to the cookout. Let me throw you a wrench. Why I can't do? Oh, this is blocking me. I hate this damn YouTube thing. I meant this Zoom thing. Okay, Jovan, let me throw you a wrench, and just like the video, like the other wrenchers did. I'm sure they did by now. Anonymous says, I'm glad I am not the only one who sees what's happening. Okay. Anonymous. I'm kind of like just peeking in. So salute, peace, salutes. I'm kind of peeking in. So I don't really know what you guys were talking about before. So Anonymous, what do you mean by that? I'm just, like I said, I'm just peeking in your conversation. So we got FBA Jameson, FBA, I'm gonna throw you a wrench, just like the video family, like the other wrenchers. I know by now they did. There we go. The tether battle. All right, so I'm gonna get some tissue. Like out here in Georgia, like the pollen, I'm not even allergic to anything, but out here is so thick and so crazy, it'll give you a small allergic reaction. So let me get some tissue, and I'm gonna let them just go in while I'm doing that, and I'll respond when I come back.
That's African. It's I wrote a whole paper on the religious similarities between ancient Egyptian languages and contemporary traditional African societies. When we say things in the hood like, who that is, that literally translates to Senegalese, to Wolof, which is a language spoken primarily in Senegal, to Kokan Lur. Like it's the same, like the slang is the same if you translate it into African language, into many African languages. The way we worship is the same. The way we the dance, the drum beats that inspire the hip hop and all of that other type of stuff, it's all African. And of course, African is a 55 nation continent. Everything that's going on in Ghana ain't the same as in Kenya. Everything that's going on in Mali ain't the same as what's happening in Zimbabwe. There are issues between African countries. Nobody's sitting here talking about some Pan-African utopia. I'm simply saying that, if you're looking at a tree, there are roots to the tree. And all of us are different branches and spaces within the tree. Like, that's just facts. But when you see other groups, like, you don't see German Americans relinquishing their heritage. Now, they'll be fine acknowledging themselves as white and so on and so forth, but they don't see themselves, denying their German heritage. You don't see Irish people denying their Irish heritage, or people from Brazil denying, heritage and stuff. And if there's a mixture within the Brazilian heritage that they have, they'll, acknowledge the different things. So what's the difference? Now, of course, within every group, you got self-hating people and blah, 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 blah. People don't want to identify, blah, 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 of course. But the difference is slavery. The whole point of the slave experience was to remove, that was what they called seasoning. When they brought people from African countries, brought them to the West Indies, that was the whole thing, Kunta Kinte and Toby, that the beating out of his name, that really happened. The idea was to remove any connection to the continent. And I see so many of us still doing that today. Like, it worked. We don't even got to fight for it. Or they don't even got to erase for us. We're erasing it ourselves. And so, look, I respect people's attempts to want to identify themselves. You don't want to call yourself black, or you don't want to call yourself African American, and all these other types of things. Personally, I don't get that ignoring the Africa part unless I tie it to how we have been removed from it intentionally and physically, spiritually, and morally. Fine, you haven't been to the African continent. Many of us have. And many, like Ryan Coogler, that inspired Black Panther. When he was on the continent doing his research, he saw so many things happening on the continent that he did growing up. I believe he's from the South. I could be wrong. That he experienced growing up in America. Like, we think that so many of the things that we do in this country, we just came up with ourselves. No, like the majority of what we do, how we talk, how we worship, how we sing, how we dance, it comes from a place. That's what Malcolm talked about. That's what Stokely talked about. Or Kwame Ture, talked about. Like, that's what they all talked about. Dr. King was in Ghana for liberation, independence. My point is this: why ignore? And then people are gonna say, "Well, Africans sold us into slavery." First of all, every African didn't sell every other African into slavery.
Hey, I apologize for this long rant without the cut-in. This guy said the root of everything we have innovated, created, the root of our culture is it got some small evidence of Africa in it. So we're not allowed to call it. So we got to call it Africa hip hop. We got to call it Africa Ebonics. Like, you got Africa swag. Okay, so if that is the case, okay, if what he's saying is so correct, so then why are Africans doing this then? Okay, why are Africans doing that? If everything is from Africa and we need to give Africa all the credit and take no credit from our own creation, our own intellectual property, then why is Africa giving us all the credit? These folks in Nigeria and they've never been. These folks are in Nigeria and they've never been to America, but they have a difference in opinion than you, Mister. They believe we did it all. Look, they're in Nigeria, bro. They're in Africa and they're not dressing and doing all the instruments you said come from Africa. It looks like they are praising our creations. All right. You want another picture? Look at this. Look at this. But he's over here saying everything should be African, but that's not how Africans think. They think everything should be FBA culture. Look at these guys. Our whole fit, our whole look, our whole everything, this whole swag, everything. These guys never been to America one day in their life. So that's why, like, these tether rants, it's just entertainment. These guys not serious.
Second of all, slavery didn't happen like that on the entire continent. The way
All right, hold on. Me look at the chat a little bit. This guy, Claude Peace. We got a new. So Dwayne, that's like the big bro copying little brother. They are idiots. Right. That's a great analogy. If big bros get all the flowers, then why is he trying to speak and walk and act like little bro? So Dwayne, let me throw a wrench at you, family. Just go ahead and like the video. Keep the chat litty. Respectful. Things like that. All right, let the guy keep going. Like, again, I listen, family. Y'all know how I do. Doctor, will you mind having this conversation on my podcast? I always reach out to these guys for all this hatred and setback and want to say that hatred comes from us. And I got a plethora. He said, we are self-hating Africans. I got a plethora of clips of Africans saying the opposite. And they even saying about themselves. Like, how about those videos where Africans be like, nah, you know what? We be on some bullshit. We be attacking. Come on now. We can go tit for tat.
people talk about. And thirdly, there was a whole history of Africa before slavery. And no, everybody isn't descended from kings and queens, but all of us are descended from communities and where there's hierarchy and respect to elders and all of that other type of stuff. Not to romanticize it, it just is what it is.
You're
Why not
romanticizing.
acknowledge that's the root of your tree? That is, I'm not talking about
You're not talking about what?
the branches. And for people,
Wait, hold. That is not the root of my family tree. I just showed my family tree the other day. I didn't see Africa. I didn't see nobody in Africa in there. No African name. And yeah, bro, you got the wrong. Yeah, I don't know who this guy used to talking to, but this ain't them. You need to go talk to Umar or somebody. We ain't them.
on this
We don't.
comments. Oh, you tether this.
Yeah, bro. We don't ones. I don't know who you're used to talking to and proving they got African roots and trees. You can't do that with none of our lineages, bro. All of us can show you our family tree, and you can't see and point out one African in there. All right? Because we are the ones.
You this, you that. FBA all day, IDOS all day. At least IDOS has African in part of the name. You know what I'm saying? Like,
what the? Are you? Yeah, this dude said, hey, yeah, this dude, he keep calling it adios. Adios. He said Adolf got African in part of their name. Okay. So maybe, yeah, this dude need some straightening. All right. Let me stop this to bring you this. Family, listen to this fool. The A in ADOS does not stand for African, you fool. Watch this. God damn, these damn tethers. Oh boy, bro. Please. Okay, now Yvette Carnell is going to speak the opposite what this tether was speaking about Africa. Listen.
The other side of that is that it prevents us from understanding that this is our home and fighting for everything
America.
and fighting for. If you believe that you're going to one day be in Africa and this is really not your home, you're a little lost, dumb Negro in America. If you believe that, then what inspires you to fight in America? Nothing. This is not your home.
So her message is a little different from that tether.
What inspires you to fight in America? Nothing. This is not your home anyway. You are a lost African. If you believe that, then when anything bad happens, you give yourself permission to be lazy because you can just say, hey, I ain't from here, no way. I'm really an African. Let these white people fight. Your power is anchored in your home. Once you realize that, hey, this is what my mama, my mama and daddy, grandmama and granddaddy, great grandmama and great granddaddy, great grandmama and great granddaddy, everybody that I know has been born here, and even if I didn't know, and everybody who comes after me will be born here. So this is my home. This other stuff is fantastical. It's kind of like I told somebody, I said, y'all will know, you will know about African voodoo. You will know about Mufasa. You will know about Mansa Musa, but you don't know your great grandmama's name. You don't know your great granddaddy's name on either side. But you'll know about all of this stuff.
Right.
But you won't know about your history right here. There's only a couple generations removed from you.
But you know about million stuff that happened in Egypt. Okay, so I don't know. Listen, this is a lost. Okay, this is a lost tether. He thought Yvette Carnell Tone Talks were caping for Africa. Are you serious, bro? Yo, the A stands for American descendants of slaves, bro. It don't stand for African. This dude is lost. Yo, Yvette sounds like us. It looks like that to me, which she does. You dig? She don't cape from goddamn Africa. She is, she speaks like us when it comes to Africa, man. Right here, me white get fit. Come over here. Yeah. So that was a slick attempt to like divide and be divisive amongst our lineage members, but that doesn't work over here, buddy.
And people are going to be on this comments. Oh, you tether this, you that. FBA all day, IDOS all day. At least IDOS has African in part of the name. You know what I'm saying? Like.
And why do they all? I didn't want to say this, but why do they all come off as sassy, zesty? Like I would love for him to be like a man, like me, and just talk zesty as hell.
This, whether you can call yourself what you want, but you got to acknowledge that if you're not going to acknowledge anything African in you,
tether predator.
That was the goal of slavery.
Chosen.
And just admit that.
Andre.
And and just
Tashi.
keep it moving.
Mental.
It's just like, again, name me another group that does this, that runs so far away from their roots like we do. When I
Bro,
was
we embrace our roots. Our roots are in America, man. We don't have any roots in Africa. You can't prove it. Because we start asking you specifics, you're gonna go quiet like everybody else. Like, yo, where in Africa am I from? What country? What tribe?
growing up, you call somebody African, those are fighting words. And all
Bakiba.
the names they called me and my siblings and stuff growing up,
Hell yeah. Don't you
those are
call me
all
no,
fighting
yeah.
words. That's
And
why in
guess
hip
what?
hop, Africa
It's still they are still fighting words over in America. You don't call no damn FBA ADOS an African. That's disrespectful. Just like you don't call a Puerto Rican Dominican. You don't call a Mexican Panamanian. It's disrespectful to call somebody something that they're not. Yes, those are fighting words. You don't call a Nigerian an Ethiopian. He's not going to take kindly to that. You don't call a Somalian goddamn South African.
Bambaataa was so important because he saw the gangs and the fighting that was going on. And he knew that these were people who were disconnected from their roots. And when you listen to people like Grand Wizard Theodore and all those other guys, he's like, when people got introduced to what we call KOS, knowledge of self, Rakim and all these other type of guys, that's when the mindset started to change. Now, a lot of people find different things to heal them.
Yeah, first of all, Rakim, you said KOS. Rakim don't speak nothing kind of Africa. Okay, so the 5%, the Nation of Gods and Earth doctrine, comes out of that, of the Nation of Islam. And none of it is pro-Africa. None of it embraces Africa. None of it claims like African roots in a positive way. So I don't know where they getting this. That's why I had to check Kwame yesterday. He tried to run like a mug. Malcolm X was a Nation of Islam. They don't big up Africa. That he became Orthodox Islam. They don't big up Africa. And he tried to bring up some old Pan-Africanist stuff that Malcolm did when he was like 90 years old. Like, dude, are you serious? Like most of his great work when he was not claiming Pan-Africanism. He got nothing done when he started claiming Pan-Africanism. Think about that, family. All of Malcolm X goals, accomplishments, and achievements. Look at his name. His name is going to represent his ideology and where he was. Malik El-Shabazz, Sunni Islam. Malcolm X, Nation Islam. But when he took these African names these guys want to claim, he had nothing going on. So sometimes it's the power. The power is in the name.
The
Sometimes.
spirituality and all the other type of stuff. For a lot of people in our community, it was connecting to something outside of the United States, connecting something outside of the history books that started our history with slavery. Then fast forward to Dr. King.
Well, wouldn't that be the slave doctrine? Right? If slavery ended and we have an ideology that's close to when slavery ended, wouldn't that be the slave ideology, like religion and how we viewed ourselves and how we view white folks? Those strong views would be towards, slavery. The further we are removed from slavery, the more we are detached from slavery and those ideologies, those religions, and those beliefs about ourselves and about white folks. So you just cooked yourself.
And then if they rewrote some of the books, fast forwarded to Obama.
Just,
like, that's it. We got to do better. We got to do better. And I'm
we
not
are
sitting
doing
here telling
great.
people what to call themselves.
Yes, you are. You're trying to get us to call ourselves African like you. We're doing more than better. We are doing great. When I ask FBAs how you feel, how are you doing, they say great.
Talking about the problem that comes with ignoring the actual roots of the tree. Your history, as
Matter of fact, we should call our lineage the great lineage or something like that. We should put the name great in something. I'm gonna think of something clever about that describes us. Or I could throw the name great in there. I'm not redefining our lineage, but something, maybe an event, maybe the great something. I don't know. I'll come up with something.
as a black person did not start in the United States. Now we can go into the whole spirit larger conversation about everyone has their roots in Africa. I'm not having that conversation right now.
Of course you're not.
But whether you came
because
here,
everybody got their roots in. If you agree with Pangea, my boy, everybody got their roots in Africa. So again, this is Heather Babel trying to make us feel bad about standing strong.
Before Columbus or came, during chattel slavery, all
Borrowed
these other
time.
different, whatever, however you got here, the roots are the same. And that's all I'm talking about. And to deny that is to do what the slave master wanted. And I just think that we can do better.
Hey, bro, slave masters stopped in the 1800s, my boy. family, don't fall for the slave master talk. I've never met a slave master in my life. Never seen one. All right, so that slave master talk, that's not gonna work, dude. That's not gonna work. We ain't gonna. And you know how folks be like, I'm at work, I'm on a plantation. No, 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 no. Those illegal immigrants on a plantation. I'm at a corporation or company. You dig?
You know, you can call yourself FBA and all of the other type of stuff, but acknowledge the roots. Even if you, I mean, I know people of Irish descent who've never been to Ireland, or Italian descent, they've never been there, still identify with the place they've never seen.
Okay, now you gotta stop lying. You gotta stop lying because you're talking about that new wave of Irish folks. So what about the Irish folks that came over here during that potato famine that was assimilated right away to whiteness? You dig? What about the Germans? I think 80% of white Americans are German. I never hear them talk about great old Germany. So just lies. Tether babble.
Language they don't speak, still identify with it. This is part of the conditioning that has Africans looking at African Americans backwards, that has West Indians looking at Africans backwards.
No. We ain't gonna justify their hatred towards us, my boy. We know why they hate us. It's right here. That's why they hate us, dude. It ain't what you saying.
Africans
they
looking
can't
at
be
West
us.
Indians backwards. I got West Indians looking at African Americans backwards. Like, that was the goal.
Nah.
And I think we should stop proving them right.
That's the goal of who?
You think?
I think you're a liar. And I told you what I think. I think we should have a conversation. That's why I said, hey, man, let's have a conversation on my podcast. That's what I think. All right. Okay, so now listen to this right here from this guy.
One thing that you need to know is that this is not the first time that Claude Anderson got into an endeavor about fish. The first time he did, I'm telling you that it was a.
Now he pulls up an article. We don't know the source. I kept trying to rewind back to see the source of this article. I'm not saying it's false, but you know, I'm a source guy. I just want to be able to look at it myself because he's not going to. I want to look at it myself, but the article seems legit. I just want to have a copy of it.
Gatekeeping demonstration. And in this gatekeeping demonstration, he was trying to penetrate Africa for the United States government.
Okay, now remember, I just talked about government yesterday. I told about the different governments. So when people say government, they're not specific. They're just gaslighting you. They're just trying to manipulate you to believe like their agenda, their little narrative. Okay, hella black folks work for the government, and they when I see ICE pulling up on those illegal immigrants, get off that. I see a lot of them be black. There's nothing wrong working for the government, the federal government, nothing wrong with that. And we work for state government too. But he's going to spin this, and don't worry, because you know me, I got the receipt. So we're going to spin it to what he wants us to believe, and I'm going to put it in its proper context of what Dr. Claude Anderson actually did, which was great.
For the United States government. Listen to this. Florida fishing fleet could fill nearly limitless markets by exporting underutilized fish to Western Africa nations.
Okay, so now here's the thing. Yes, thank you. No, I'm working. When you don't have a good grasp, or no, I'm sorry, not good. When you don't have a decent grasp of the English language, you can read words like this. Okay. And I kind of knew he was going to do this too. When you don't have a good understanding, he admits that he botches over like simple English words. He'll tell you that. He'll tell you that himself, that he has a habit of botching over simple English words. Okay. So when he looked at this word right here, underutilized, I knew that he would have an issue with it. Like there's some secret Bilderberger agenda. Okay. And when I watched the video, he proved me right. Watch this. And then he's going to look at this word right here, which is in quotations. And I don't know if you know what quotations, what that represent, but brother, it represents you're quoting somebody else saying something. Okay. So if a tether was to quote me saying tether, I don't think a tether likes the word tether. So they're going to put tether in quotation to let you know this ain't my thinking. This ain't my wordplay. This is coming from Unbiased Ron, FBA News and Updates. So he's unfamiliar with the word underutilized. He's unfamiliar with the word trash. Now, all of us got phones, some type of Android or iPhone updated. Your iPhone and Androids, right? You bought them for what you bought them for, pictures, videos, or whatever else on your phone. But there are some features on your phone that are great for other folks, like an accountant, maybe a school clinical psychologist, you did. And if you don't use those features can be considered underutilized. It does not mean they're garbage. It just means you don't really have much use for them because you didn't buy the phone for that. Like, how many of you guys really use the calculator on your phone? Dig? I use it a hell of a lot. I got that thing on my tablet. I stay using the calculator. All right. So now I knew he would have an issue with those words, underutilized and trash. And look, underutilized is in quotations. That means somebody said this. Let's go back.
Fishing fleet could fill nearly limitless markets by exporting underutilized
Yeah, exactly,
fish
Johnny.
to Western Africa.
Now listen. So he read underutilized. Now look at his understanding of underutilized. I just gave you guys a great example of what it is. And doesn't mean it's bad. It just means you don't have much use for it right now. Okay. I create thumbnails. You did. We all got Chat GPT. There's some features there, like the video feature. I barely use it, so I'm underutilizing that video, that feature. Doesn't mean the feature is horrible. Somebody else found joy in using that feature.
Nations. A spokesman for the State Federal Commission says those trash fish are a dietary staple in those countries. Claude Anderson. Claude Anderson is.
All right. So now you read it. You've seen the quotations. Now I want you to hear. So now, when you're in grade school and you read something, okay, to understand, to judge a student's comprehension at a certain level of school, maybe seventh, eighth grade, to really see where your comprehension is at, they'll say, okay, Tashi D, now put it in your own words. What did you get from this article? And you'll be graded by that, and your comprehension is on the line. You did. You might find yourself in a class with 3 folks, and he's one of them. All right. So now, this is where we say, okay, now put it in your own words. You read the article. Now, what do you get out of that? Listen to this.
It says those trash fish are a dietary staple.
San Francisco.
In those countries.
I'm sorry. I keep listen. The font is so small. I keep saying San Francisco. His name is Sam Freeman, FBA. Peace to you. Like the video, please. All right. All right, here we go.
Claude Anderson.
I'm underutilizing my reading glasses. I never wear. I'm underutilizing them because I never put them on.
Claude for the State Federal Commission says.
Back up.
Really limit this markets by exporting underutilized fish to Western Africa. Nations. A spokesman for the State Federal Commission says those trash fish are a dietary staple in those countries. Claude Anderson.
Okay, wait a minute before you go in. If you see quotations, that means that didn't come from him. He's quoting somebody else saying it's trash fish. That's the comprehension I'm talking about.
Claude Anderson is working for the government, saying we're going to send trash fish. We're going to send trash fish to African countries, and we're going to make some money for the United States government.
Okay, that's how he interpreted. So he put it in his own words. That's how he comprehended the article. Yeah, this is crazy. All right, but it gets worse.
This is what I'm trying to tell you. See, the whole thing in a nutshell is this. I'm not making stuff up. I'm not sitting up here telling you something.
No, you're not making it up. You're just botching it, right? Your comprehension on the English language ain't that smooth, right? But I'm gonna show you I got some tabs up here. I'm gonna go into this article deeper and what was going on. So folks who were underutilizing these fish called it trash fish, but this guy's gonna read about the fish. And in Jersey, we love whitings. You don't really catch whitings, South Carolina, and I don't think like other states don't really have them like that. But Jersey, damn at every fish store in Jersey, folks will keep buying whiting the most. But in Florida, whiting is considered a trash fish. Now he's even going to read sardine, right? Sardines in every goddamn supermarket. But don't forget, Florida is saying here we got so many fish out here. These fish ain't selling like the other ones, so they're being underutilized. They're being fish netted, and nobody's really buying them like that. Okay, so somebody called them trash fish. That doesn't mean they're actually trash, like toxic or no good for you. Whitings and sardines are still good for you. I love sardines. They're like a quick meal for me.
Something without showing.
Peace, Pinky. Let me click that link, Lord. All right, so I got highlighted. So Lord Maul said, you know how we do. Yeah, you funny as hell.
You receipts. This is what he said according to this article, and he's being quoted. It says Friday Anderson is the co-chairman of 5 state coastal plains regional commissions. That's what the guy said that he was a success at. This is what the guy said on Twitter. Exposing the frauds. Are you here? Show him this.
Okay. Yeah, show us this. We can laugh at it and tell you what it's about, and your comprehension is flawed. Please do.
Article.
Please pull up over here anybody from that channel, and even including yourself. Let's go over this together.
Listen to this. Commission members include the state of Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, and Virginia. Anderson added that the developing nations of West Africa, including oil-rich, he's trying to get oil for the United States, oil-rich Nigeria, are virtually unexplored by U.S. business. You see, this is the foreperson of colonization in modern times. You know what I'm saying? So the way that the European get into African countries, even during the time of slavery, they send one of...
Yeah, exactly. And guess what, Jaquan? All of them, according to the Florida fishing, whatever, look at them as trash fish in Florida or underutilized. All right.
Our own, in the same way that infiltration.
So he's going to get to his point, and it's going to be laughable. Listen, it's taking forever, but he'll get to the point, and it's going to be laughable. Dr. Claw is an agent.
To us on a daily basis, it's always one of our own. You follow what I'm saying? So he was working for the government, trying to penetrate Africa in order to bring a fish market into Africa. And as
you heard that? So that so he literally just said that the USA government used Dr. Claude Anderson to secretly invade Africa, Nigeria, or wherever, to start a fish market in Nigeria. All right. So we're gonna read what actually happened, but that's his take. One more time, so I don't misquote him.
So he was working for the government, trying to penetrate Africa in order to bring a fish market into Africa. And that's
okay. So y'all heard that from the man's mouth. All right.
I told Moochie yesterday. Who knows what them fish are tainted with? Who knows? Who knows?
Now he said the fish are tainted. See, now this is called at this point. Now it's called lying. Nowhere in that article did we read the fish were tainted.
Anyway, it goes on to say, Nigeria, Anderson accompanied Regional Commission Trade Commission to Nigeria, designed to explore markets for seafood and commercial fishing equipment.
So Dr. Clarence is tapping the seafood market in Nigeria that's very, very big and very, very competitive. What's so agent about that? Like he spoke about this in Powernomics. back in 2001. I played the video. I didn't get to that part because it's like a 2-hour video, but I could have. But that was he was talking about doing it in Louisiana. He said Louisiana had a seafood industry that black folks ain't really involved in. So he wanted to be involved in the seafood industry, right? Internationally and nationally.
During the November visit, the delegation visited 3 Nigerian cities and met with approximately 100 Nigerian businessmen.
Oh, so he's not really infiltrating as an agent. He met with Nigerian businessmen to address business with these fish that's being underutilized in America. And some folks see them as trash because they like upscale, they like salmon, red snapper, shit like that. But they look at porgy and things like that as trash fish. Not everybody, but the person they quoted seen it as trash fish. Okay. But he met with Nigerian businessmen who are also in the fish market, and they want to do some business with American businessmen surrounding fish. I don't know how this is a government plot to undermine Nigeria, but let them go.
You feel what I'm saying?
No.
Somebody said you got to remember his stance, though. He feels like we should hold any allegiance to country. We should hold any allegiance to Africa. Well, 1 minute he says we should hold, and another minute he said we not. He's a bunch of contradiction, brother.
No, sir. That's your comprehension. It's not a contradiction problem. It's a comprehension problem.
1 minute he says we need to be native black Americans and we need to do our things without the influx or influence of nobody else. And then
that's not what he said. We already played it. He never pointed to black immigrants. His issue was white and Latino immigrants coming to the country, competing with us and taking over the black neighborhoods. He never said black immigrants or implied black immigrants in Powernomics. I already played that.
Another time he says early on, he said that. So he bounces back.
So it's not a contradiction problem. It's a comprehension problem. It's a comprehension problem.
And forth. And this is the blueprint of what we see in Tariq Nasheed. 1 minute he's Pan-African, the next minute, you say should not. 1 minute he's Pan-African, the next minute he's not. But
yeah, I would love to talk about. Well, I've never known Dr. Claude Anderson to be Pan-African, but if he was, like, we have the right to be something and then don't be it. Okay.
Either which way, Sean W. 1 minute he is, 1 minute
Mickey.
He's not. Right? And I'm going to show you in a minute. So look, this is Claude Anderson. This is the FBA Godfather. This is the FBA Godfather. This is the one that the people made me research. It goes on to say.
Wait, hold on. So you didn't know who he was? Hold on. So you didn't know who Dr. Claude Anderson was before the people said go research him? And this is your research results? Wow.
It goes on to say that the industry, hold up. It says the industry, let me go down some because I don't want to stay stuck on here.
Wait. No. No. We're not going to do that. You dig? We're going to read it. We're going to read it. We're going to read it all. Usher said, if you're going to tell it all. Damn near had that phone call. So no, we're going to read it all. The industry people who went on the mission were unanimous in the opinion that Nigeria is one of the largest untapped markets for seafood in the world, and all of them intend to do business in Nigeria. Anderson said he added that Florida's fishing industry was represented by Gene Raffel, Port St. Joe, Gene McRoberts, Ruskin, and L.B. Walker Crow Gabble. So this is actually being smart. This is being proactive. The industry people who went on, okay, so Nigeria is one of the largest untapped markets for seafood in the world. So Nigeria is it's a large market to tap in for the oil, but nobody's really tapping in on their seafood market. So Dr. Claude Anderson wants to tap in. He wants to be the first to tap into Nigeria's seafood market to do business with three Nigerian businessmen, right? And all of a sudden, he's 007. He's James Bond. He's going to Nigeria to to establish a fish market to undermine Nigeria and set up, I don't know, an army for the U.S. embassy. I don't know, like, but that's his imagination. So now you see, we read what I read. Let's see what he reads.
Says the industry. Let me go down some because I don't want to stay stuck on here.
Yeah, I
It
bet you don't.
says Mr. Ratfield tells me that
So so look, he skipped. Nigeria is one of the largest untapped markets for seafood in the world, and all of them intend to do business in Nigeria. So they intend to do business in Nigeria to talk about fish. But Sir said he don't want to read that part. He want to skip why they're in Nigeria when he just told that he was in Nigeria to secretly set up a fish market to spy on Nigeria on behalf of the American embassy. Okay. So that's one thing we can't do, family. We got to be held accountable. If you're going to read an article in context, don't hide it. Don't have your secret, agenda. Don't do a smear campaign. Just speak on the facts. And that's why I brought you FBA News and Updates.
he could sell 1 million worth of fish each month if it were available. They're trying to penetrate Africa with these trash fish that Claude Anderson says. Trash fish.
Okay, look, you see the spin, family? We caught that. So when Dr. Claude Anderson was speaking in an article, he looked at he quoted somebody saying trash fish.
This is what I'm talking about, man. This is no more than colonization with food now. Trash fish, he call it. He goes on to say, Miss Radford tells me that he could sell 1 million worth of fish each month if it were available, said Anderson, adding that Radford already has reached an agreement to begin exporting approximately 720,000 pounds of fish to Nigeria each month. Remember, he said those trash fish are a dietary staple in those countries. This is why I'm telling you, when you have someone like Claude Anderson, when he used the term like those countries, or stuff like that, it just doesn't go down right. But let me finish. Anderson also said that the fish will be sold in Nigeria and compromise a large so-called underutilized species. So they're going to sell fish that United States don't even consider something that we want to serve to our population, or this population, or however you want to say it. He talked about croakers, sardines, and they are not high demand in the United States, but selling these fish to Nigeria, listen what it says, will not only provide the Nigerian, now here is the flip side, that they always got to make it sound good. It will not only provide Nigerians with a badly needed source of protein. Nigerian been around for millions of years, and now you got to give them a source of protein. Nigeria existed before the United States. The people existed before the United States, and now they need a source of protein. Listen to this. Needed source of protein, but we provide the fishing industry in the Southwest with a new market for fish that we cannot sell at home, Anderson said. Bob Jones of the Southern Fishing Association said there is no way to estimate the potential market for Florida fish in Nigeria. So it's no mistake that he would try to pull off this fishing thing here in the United States and use the population of melanated people as guinea pigs for fish that he was selling out of fish tanks. He had major fish tanks. The watershed or water thing, fishing thing that people like to talk about, or the guy like to talk about on the let me see real quick. Let me pull it back up real quick. That the guy like to bring up this here. the founded Waterland Fisheries Incorporated, these fish was going to be eating pellets. These fish was in great big fish tanks. These fish was being taken care of with pretty much faucet water, and they were pretty much like tilapia. Tilapia ain't nothing but big goldfish. Like, and they was going to distribute that into our communities. Like, come on, man, stop playing with me, man. Stop playing with me. And see, when this research come out, this is what I'm saying, man. So this guy here, Shadow, he must ain't doing no research on his own. He's like, don't speak on it before you do research. What are you talking about? And when he worked for the commission, he was a gatekeeper. You know what I'm saying? He was a gatekeeper. When he went to do his own thing, and claimed he was doing it for the people, it just was crazy. It just was crazy. So at the end of the day, the fisheries thing is nothing but trying to sell big old goldfish, koi fish. You know, the Japanese koi fish. So bro, if you want to come on the show and you want to defend our brother, you're welcome to come on the show. But at the end of the day, you're going to have to come with some receipts, because just because a person been involved in something, that don't mean that they've been involved in something that benefits a people. And when a person go around on tour teaching economics, go on tour and branded himself as the powernomics economics guru for quote unquote black people, like, come on, man. You know what I mean? Somebody said Nigeria was created in the early 1900s by. I'm not talking about the name Nigeria, fam. I'm not talking about the name Nigerian. I'm talking about the people, the Igbo people there, the Ashanti people there. When I say Nigeria, come on, brother. Come on, context, brother. When I say Nigeria, I'm speaking about the people. You know what I mean? The Igbo, the Ashanti, the on and on and on and on. I'm speaking about the people of the land. So if I need to be specific, I will, Sean W., but that's what I'm speaking of. I'm not speaking of the colonized names that was given to the countries of Africa. I'm speaking to the people. I'm saying that they exist way before the United States. That's what I'm saying. But anyway, I shouldn't have to explain that. I shouldn't have to explain that. I mean, yeah, I shouldn't have to explain that. But hey, if I have to. But listen, one thing that we do have to understand, that at the end of the day, they give us leaders. So it's no surprise that now we have leaders right now. I mean,
it's concerning, but one that's even more concerning, they write in the memo, if you are a potential danger to national security, potential, not concrete, not imminent, anyone is a potential danger to national security if you take it out and go, well, they're saying this now, but who knows where they're going to be. This administration is taking a page from Putin, where they have a law, if you criticize the war in Russia, you lose your citizenship. In Hungary, they just literally passed one in the last month to do the same thing Trump is doing now. We have it on the books. They want to expand it. They've done this in Cuba and Venezuela. It is a tool of autocrats. The goal is to punish a few people in a big picture spectacle and call self-censorship of others. It's about cracking down on dissent. That's all it's about.
Okay, my people. So after months of cracking down hard on illegal migrants, Trump is now targeting a new and unexpected group of people. Naturalized citizens. The Department of Justice recently released a memo that's sending shockwaves through immigrant communities in the U.S. A memo that quietly but clearly puts nearly 25 million immigrants on notice. We're talking about naturalized citizens, people who supposedly did everything the right way, right? Passed background checks, took the oath, swore allegiance to this country, but now their government wants to make it easier to strip them of their citizenship. Not through criminal trials, but through quiet civil proceedings. No jury, no public defender, no headlines. And the scariest part, there's no expiration date. You could have become a U.S. citizen 30 years ago, built a family, built a business, paid your taxes. But if you forgot to check a box on your application, if they find one lie or claim that you lacked what they call good moral character, they could come for you. No, this isn't fear-mongering. It's official DOJ policy. So today on The Breakdown, we're digging deep. What does this memo actually say, and who is at risk? And what does it mean for the future of American citizenship itself? We're going to break it all the way down, but first I want to welcome all of our new subscribers and members here on Pan-Africanism TV. I'm so glad you're here with us. And if you're watching and haven't joined us yet, please consider this your personal invitation, because here at Pan-Africanism TV, we don't just report the news. We go deep beyond the headlines, dissecting how they shape our lives, our futures, and our world. So if this matters to you, then hit subscribe, tap the bell, and join our membership community for more exclusive content. And if this episode moves you, please consider dropping a super thanks to support our mission, or share this video to help amplify our channel. Thank you so much. All right, now let's get into it. So before we dive into the denaturalization piece, and trust me, we need to understand the bigger picture of what this DOJ memo actually says. This wasn't just about revoking citizenship, no. The memo lays out the full legal agenda of Trump's Department of Justice under Attorney General Pam Bondi. And when you zoom out, it becomes crystal clear that this isn't a memo. It's a manifesto, a full-blown civil enforcement playbook to reshape American policy around Trump's key political objectives. It's important. The memo was sent from Assistant Attorney General Brett A. Shumate to all civil division employees at the DOJ and outlines 5 major priorities for the division. Now, this is a division that represents the U.S. in various civil cases, such as defending against challenges to federal programs, enforcing regulations, and handling cases involving fraud, torts, and constitutional issues. So what are the 5 priorities the Attorney General wants them to prioritize? Well, I'm going to summarize each of them for you. Let's break them down. The first one is combating discriminatory practices and policies, basically a full-blown war on DEI, what the Trump administration calls illegal private sector DEI practices. That means diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, particularly those connected to race or gender, are now being framed as discriminatory against white Americans. DOJ attorneys are being directed to sue companies and organizations receiving federal funds if they promote or implement DEI policies that are seen as violating civil rights laws. They're doing this using the False Claims Act, meaning institutions could be hit with treble damages, triple the penalties for violations. This is the legal weaponization of anti-DEI sentiment, and it's coming for schools, for companies, nonprofits, anybody that gets federal funding. The second priority is ending anti-Semitism. This is focused on combating anti-Semitism, particularly in response to the October 7th, 2023 terrorist attack in Israel. Now, Trump created a new joint task force to prosecute civil rights violations and terrorism connected to anti-Semitism. So here the DOJ is signaling a readiness to punish civil actors who don't align with the administration's stance on Israel, and linking anti-Semitism enforcement to broader civil rights powers. The third priority is protecting women and children by targeting gender-affirming care. The memo cites new executive orders for its federal policy to recognize 2 sexes and to crack down on gender ideology. This includes launching investigations into doctors, hospitals, and pharmaceutical companies that provide gender-affirming care, particularly for minors. Now, the fourth priority is ending sanctuary jurisdictions, which is basically immigration enforcement. But this time, the focus is on states and cities, what they call sanctuary jurisdictions, that refuse to cooperate with federal immigration agents. The DOJ has been ordered to identify and sue any state or local government whose laws, policies, or practices facilitate violations of federal immigration law. What this means is more lawsuits against states like California, New York, and others that try to protect undocumented immigrants. This is part of Trump's broader promise to crack down hard on immigration from day one. And now his civil division is being told to make it happen in court. And finally, the part of the memo we're here to unpack in full: prioritizing denaturalization, a call to aggressively revoke citizenship from naturalized Americans who are deemed to have obtained it unlawfully, fraudulently, or who are now considered a threat. Now let's go through that line by line to really understand what it's saying. The Department of Justice may institute civil proceedings to revoke a person's United States citizenship if an individual either illegally procured naturalization or procured naturalization by concealment of a material fact or by willful misrepresentation. The benefits of civil denaturalization includes the government's ability to revoke the citizenship of individuals who engage in the commission of war crimes, extrajudicial killings, or other serious human rights abuses, to remove naturalized criminals, gang members, or indeed any individuals convicted of crimes who pose an ongoing threat to the United States, and to prevent convicted terrorists from returning to U.S. soil or traveling internationally on a U.S. passport. At a fundamental level, it also supports the overall integrity of the naturalization program by ensuring that those who unlawfully procured citizenship, including those who obtained it through fraud or concealment of material information, do not maintain the benefits of the unlawful procurement. The Civil Division shall prioritize and maximally pursue denaturalization proceedings in all cases permitted by the law and supported by the evidence, to promote the pursuit of all viable denaturalization cases available under Title 8 of the United States Code Section 145 and maintain the integrity of the naturalization system while simultaneously ensuring an appropriate allocation of resources. The Civil Division has established the following categories of priorities for denaturalization cases. Okay, so let's pause for a second. For most people, citizenship is the finish line, right? You go through the paperwork, the background checks, the interviews. You stand, hand over your heart, and you take that oath. You're told you belong now, and you're one of us. But this memo flips that script. Trump's DOJ is making it crystal clear that citizenship is no longer permanent if you weren't born here. Now let's be clear. Under U.S. law, the government already had the power to revoke someone's citizenship if it was obtained fraudulently. But those cases used to be rare and extreme. Now, the Civil Division is being ordered to maximize and prioritize denaturalization proceedings in all cases permitted by law. And they've listed 10 categories of people they're targeting, many of them very vague and subjective, which is really where the problem lies. Let's break them down. The 10 target categories for denaturalization. 1. National security threats, including people tied to terrorism, espionage, or export violations. 2. Human rights violators, including war criminals or those involved in torture. 3. Felons who hid their crimes. If you didn't disclose your felony during naturalization. And 4. People who lied or used corruption to become citizens, even if their lies were decades old. Now, these 4 categories are already covered under the law, so nothing new here really. But then we get into the categories that reflect new prioritization and possible legal gray zones, where denaturalization was previously rare or not pursued systematically. Gang members and cartel affiliates, past or present. Gang membership alone, without proof of fraud in the citizenship process, was not typically grounds for denaturalization. So Trump's memo prioritizes it as a trigger, regardless of how long ago or whether it was disclosed. And in violent offenders, human trafficking, sex crimes, or other violent acts, committing a violent crime after becoming a citizen is not normally grounds for a revocation unless it reveals fraud in the application.
So my fault, family. I didn't forget to cook on the false information earlier about Dr. Clark Anderson. That was me and Unc chopping it up, trying to get him over here to speak about FBA and Pan-Africanism, things like that. So let's go back to this, okay? Let's go back to this. All right, so now let's find out what's really going on. Okay, here we are. You see, it's not hard to figure out what's going on. Okay, what fish are underutilized in Florida but popular in West Africa? Okay, now we're getting somewhere. So West Africa, they say one man's trash, another man's treasure. Well, that's literally what's going on. That's why it's called trash in the sense of they had no use for it. It's not really being sold like that, or even, if they got it, but there's no money there. So they're trying to find out what region in the world, what people in the world look at this as, an ideal meal, like something that they could find in their markets. So Dr. Claude Anderson knew about this, so he wanted to tap into this. He said that we read that in an article. So Florida and West African fishing industries could potentially benefit. Oh, both of them, not one, huh? And this AI, you see it says Google AI mode. So this ain't no infiltration, government spy. What old boy is talking about. And he said he ain't lying. This separates researchers. Now I try not to make a mistake like he did. Like I don't think I would ever be that bad in research. But this says Florida and West African fishing industries could potentially benefit from the export of underutilized fish species from Florida to West Africa to meet the region's rising demand for seafood. So in Africa, in West Africa, there's a region rising demand for the unutilized fish in Florida. Literally, somebody's trash is another one's treasure. While information on specific fish underutilized in Florida but popular in West Africa is limited, the following points can be inferred. So while information on specific fish underutilized in Florida, but is popular in West Africa. So West Africa, like, yo, bring that over here. So underutilized Florida fish with export potential. So this is going to just break down things like that. So now we got some of the fish. Let's just read some of the fish. Florida's fishing industry harvests over 80 species, right? So 80 species, if there's no demand for it, it's underutilized, therefore it's going to sit, okay? But a preference for mild white fish means many are considered underutilized. So read it again. Florida, so now we know what fish are considered unutilized. Florida's fishing industry harvests over 80 species, but a preference for mild white fish means many are considered underutilized. Examples include whiting, which is big in New Jersey and New York, croaker, which is big in Jersey, gaff-top sail catfish, don't know what that is, sheepshead, jolt head porgy is big in Jersey, spadefish, and Spanish mackerel. Okay, Florida's unregulated species list also includes popular sport fish like ladyfish, cerro mackerel, bonito, and jack crevalle. Okay, some underutilized Florida fish like whiting, porgy, spadefish, and sheephead have mild whitefish could appeal to both domestic and international markets. Domestic means in America, sir. So this ain't no international plot to poison Africa with tainted fish. They actually defined what the utilized fish were. These are fish that's being consumed at high levels in America. Okay, now what do they benefit? Okay, so West African preferences. West Africa's per capita fish consumption is high, so they eat a lot of fish in West Africa. Ain't enough to meet the demand. It's driven by the importance of fish as a protein source. Now, he had that in the article. He didn't read it, but let me go back to it. He had it underlined. Let me back up. See, I spot stuff. So let me see where he underlined it. He didn't read it. Somewhere in here, he had underlined the fish being a high source of protein. It was right here. I think it was right here. We underlined. Oh, it could have been down here, but he definitely underlined where the fish was high in protein. I think is right here. The top thing by itself. Let's see. Yeah, see? Need source of protein. Wait, why did he draw an arrow here? Need source of protein. So he come up with this conspiracy theory. Now protein is no longer, I don't know what he's doing now. Protein is dangerous. So I told you, I seen that in the article. news source. That's why I would rather read the whole article. I don't want people to read for me. So showing you this article. So I read that part. Popular fish species in West Africa include sardines, and guess what? This is part of that underutilized category in Florida. And anchovies and horse mackerel, often consumed whole for their nutritional value. While these are already popular, other, perhaps less common species could gain acceptance if marketed effectively and introduced through sustainable trade practices. So why are you mad at Dr. Claude Anderson for tapping into this, being innovative? All right, let's move on from there. How about this? Matter of fact, let me put this in the chat. So if y'all do come around some of his cronies, you guys can read this and go wild. Give me a second. Why the hell? Wait. Why the hell is my search thing grayed out? 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Okay. Give me a second. So why the hell? Wait. Why the hell is my search double thing grayed out? 1 second. Ooh, we're here. Oh wow. Can't put the link in there. Oh, it's too long. It's too okay. Link long as shit. I'm bad. Okay, well just type this. Just type this. I just typed what the article said basically in Google. All right, so now next. And now this is going to speak about Dr. Claude Anderson specifically. So no longer the difference between underutilized fish and utilized fish. So now we're just in fish for demand or fish in demand. So now we're just going to talk about Dr. Claude Anderson, okay? Because he misrepresented him. So a spokesman for a state federal commission, Claude Anderson, stated that Florida's fishing fleet could potentially supply underutilized fish, often considered trash fish. Oh, so this ain't his quote. He's telling you a quote. He's saying that Florida officials, Florida fishermen, whoever, they're considering. What do you want? What do you want? Okay, so they're somebody else. Go over here. Somebody else is considering this fish trash fish. So Dr. Claude Anderson is using the quote from somebody else. I already explained what quotes are, right? So he's using somebody else quote, calling underutilized fish trash fish. This ain't his words. To Western nations where these species are a dietary staple. So the fish that's called trash fish, but really just underutilized, these are staple fish in West Africa. All right. According to the Kintake page, Anderson has held roles in economic development for governors and led trade missions to developing countries. So this guy is good with international trade. He is the president of the Powernomics, an organization promoting economic empowerment and self-sufficiency for African Americans. So you just lied, sir. You said he was doing this on behalf of the government, the fish thing. You just lied. So what he did was he used his skill set in foreign trade and international trade to jumpstart his own private business. And it was to benefit and empower foundational Black Americans, and founded Waterland Fisheries Incorporated, a seafood production facility in Maryland. So this is the problem when everybody claims they're a researcher and they're trying to find dirt on several people and nothing comes up, and they just got to make up shit and hope their audience is dumb enough to buy into it. I've never wanted a dumb audience. I never wanted dumb supporters. I never want dumb family members. You dig? Now I know it's inevitable, but if you're dumb and you are willing to be educated to become smart, I can rock with you. But if you dumb and think you're smart, like people who call in, can't do nothing with you. All right. So I gave the proper context to that. So now I played this video right here just to show you people complaining about immigrants getting their naturalization snatched from them. And they, yeah, that happens. Okay, that happens. All right. So before I continue, so I clearly debunked and exposed his bad comprehension or his narrative to undermine, defame Dr. Claude Anderson, and I did away with that. So nobody in this chat, or anybody watch this video going further, is going to believe what he said. Matter of fact, let's get it one more time. So now y'all know the real. So now let's go back to what he believed the article was saying. This is the funny part. So now we know the real. Let's go back to what he believed the article was saying. This is going to be the funny part.
This is not the first time that Claude Anderson got into an endeavor about fish.
Dorsey.
The first time he did, I'm telling you that it was a gatekeeping
right, Miss Mickey.
demonstration. And
Breeze.
in this gatekeeping demonstration, he was trying to penetrate Africa for the United States government.
Yo, but he said penetrate. Yo, he called this a penetration. This is tapping into a market that's untapped in. And it's in high demand. Again, he has experience with foreign international trade. What do you want? There you go. Yeah. So this is his expertise. So again, he has the experience, right? So he's a qualified individual. This guy couldn't do that. He wouldn't know where to go. So he already does international trade for the government. So like he knows what he's doing. So he took that talent to Foundation Black America and decided to, you know what? Let's do something, let's tap into this as a lineage. But listen to his take. And by the way, I literally debunked this on the fly. It took me like 5 minutes to like look into this. Oh shit, he's done.
Listen to this. Florida fishing fleet could fill nearly limitless markets by exporting underutilized fish to Western Africa nations. A spokesman for the State Federal Commission says those trash fish are a dietary staple in those countries. Claude Anderson. Claude Anderson is
wait, back up. Okay. Okay.
In those countries. Claude Anderson. Claude Anderson is working for the government saying we're gonna send trash fish.
Hey yo, y'all get it now? Quote unquote trash fish. Now he's not going to use the term underutilized. Maybe he can't pronounce it, but he's not going to say Okay, listen, family. The fish is literally underutilized. Trash fish is one's opinion. So right now, you guys can say, let's see what I consume. What do I consume? I consume coffee. Okay. So if one of you guys said coffee is trash, I'm going to sell Bias Ron tons of trash coffee that he believes is staple in his home. And I'm going to scam him because I believe it's trash. Your belief doesn't make it trash. Right. It's trash because in Florida, they can't do nothing with it. They can't move it. All right. But let's move on. But he wants to hold on to the word trash. Yeah, I wish he would call in on this one.
Send trash fish to African countries, and we're going to make some money for the United States government.
And he's dead serious.
This is what I'm trying to tell you. See, the whole thing in a nutshell is this. I'm not making stuff up. I'm not sitting up here telling
you definitely just did.
Telling you this article, and he's being quoted. It says, Friday Anderson is...
Now, you would think he would read the entire article and not cherry pick it. Like, you're going to slander somebody. If you're going to defame somebody, you should make sure you're not defaming and slandering on purpose, intentionally. You should read the whole article so your chat can't say, hey, nah, you kind of like adding your own little take on this, your own emotion, your own hatred. I would have read the whole article and just highlighted. Like he highlighted stuff, so read the whole article and emphasize on your highlights. That's what I would have done.
Is the co-chairman of 5 state coastal plains regional commissions. That's what the guy said that he was a success at. This is what the guy said on Twitter.
Yeah, convoluted,
Exposing the frauds. Are you here? Show
conflating,
him this
and
article.
framing. Exactly.
Listen to this. Commission members include the state of Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, and Virginia. Anderson added
Misinformation like
that
a
the developing
this dude
nations
is crazy.
of West Africa, including oil rich, he's trying to get oil for the
Now
United States.
look, he ran that from you. Yeah, a chat. Now he just disingenuous. Okay, it's one thing to have a reading comprehension, right? You just don't understand certain words, but now you're just lying. So now I gotta use my rectangle again. All right. If you look right here. Now, like, hey, chat, if y'all thought this guy was a great researcher, you're about to have no respect for him now. Anderson added that the developing nations of West Africa, including oil-rich Nigeria, so all of that is together. Oil, so it wasn't about oil. He just pointing out that this country is oil-rich, are virtually unexplored by U.S. business. So he's saying America do not do enough business with Nigeria and West African nations. So he's saying, hey, Black Americans, Foundation Black Americans, let's do this. There's an industry that's untapped. Let's get it done. Okay, that's what he's saying. But he looks at oil rich and thinks the article is now about oil. Yo, that is wild. That is wild. That is a gross misinterpretation. One more time.
Mission members include the state of Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, and Virginia. Anderson added that the developing nations of West Africa, including oil rich,
Yeah,
he's
just
trying
cap
to get oil for the United States.
Wait, I talked over it.
Anderson added
he's gonna
that
say it.
the developing nations of West Africa, including oil rich, he's trying to get oil for the United States.
Hey, yo, I would love to get him on here to explain, is that what the article's saying? This article has nothing to do with oil. And he said, because he's mentioned Nigeria's oil rich, now all of a sudden he's trying to get oil for the United States. This is a wild, yo, listen, dude, I thought you was better than this. You lost so much faith in people. Even your followers are going to look at you sideways like, yo, what the, what?
Anderson added that the developing nations of West Africa, including oil rich, he's trying to get oil for the United States, oil rich Nigeria, are virtually unexplored by U.S. business. You see, this is the foreperson of colonization in modern times. You know,
wow. I didn't know he was doing it like that. An article about seafood, he twisting it's about oil too, because he said oil rich Nigeria. So if he said gold rich Ghana, is they trying to get gold from Ghana as well? Like, this is crazy.
I'm saying, so the way that the European get into
he used it as an
African
adjective.
countries, even during the time of slavery, they send one of our own.
So this is his twist. I mean, yo, I don't know if the comprehension is low or if he's that diabolical. Like, hey, I'm gonna twist this, but that just means that he believes his audience is dumb and they won't catch it. My audience will be flaming me right now if I read an article that badly. All right, just to make somebody look bad. Y'all have been like, are you serious? All right, so let's move on from there. Let's get out of there. Okay, let's go here. So let me read this because this is going to help me out too. This is going to benefit. This is going to apply to me. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news, reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing nonprofit, educational, or personal use. Tips the balance in favor of fair use. Let me just get my own copy of this. So this could be my disclaimer later when I share content that's not owned by myself. Give me a second. Okay, so now I got it. Cool. All right, let's go.
A lot of y'all like to say go back.
Yeah. And I was thinking the same thing, AB. Sometimes people could beef personally so bad and take an L in that beef where they just hate everything about you. They hate who is around you. They hate everything you stand for. And the hate just extends to anything associated with you. So now FBA's, we're catching strays. So FBA is catching strays because of what Tariq did to him.
Home. Go fix your country. We don't need you here.
Back up.
A lot of y'all like to say go back home.
Yes.
Go fix your country.
Yes.
We don't need you here.
Right.
Haiti will not forget. We will not forget. One day we will rise again and we will not forget.
Oh, ma'am. If you don't take our advice, you're not rising again. In order to rise again, you got to take our advice. We're saying go home and fix it up. That's not going to happen if you're not home fixing it up. So it's impossible for you to rise again if you're not home building it up to rise again. Okay? So one more time. Okay, but people say, listen, chat, people say we're an internet-based group. She ain't taking it that way. What about that so-called doctor that was earlier, that I played earlier? If we're just an internet-based group, then why are these guys making reactions and videos calling us out? They're taking us very seriously. This chick threatened Haiti on us in voodoo.
A lot of y'all like to say go back home. Go fix your country.
Right.
We don't need you here.
When you're disrespectful. Matter of fact, ma'am, we're talking to the tether class, by the way. When we say that, we're not talking about all Haitians, all Africans, or whoever. We're talking about the tether class. So don't try to reframe our position.
Haiti will not forget. We will not forget. One day we will rise again and we will not forget. We won't forget. Maybe y'all forgot that if it was not for Haiti, your ancestors would not have been freed. Haiti's
Yo, what the? All right, listen, chat. I'm getting tired of this narrative. Family, we were not freed through a rebellion. Okay? We were freed because we literally fought for our freedom. We killed for our freedom and we got killed for our freedom, but nowhere near the killing we did. Nobody freed us without our involvement, and we did not rebel for freedom. That's what you guys did. As a matter of fact, you are the only blacks, I believe, that got their freedom from rebelling. You're the only blacks. Every other black got their freedom from going independent. And we got ours because we fought too. So we could say the only blacks to fight and win their freedom were Haitians and Foundation Black Americans. But we didn't rebel. We went to war. See, a rebellion is catching folks off guard. So if y'all want to get technical, we really don't respect that. We fought in a planned war. Family, we fought in a planned war. Both sides were thoroughly prepared for the action. You caught people off guard that were in the minority. You guys outnumbered them 100 to 1. And you're bragging about it. When we fought, it was 50-50, you dig? You guys outnumbered 100 to 1, and you're bragging about winning. It should have never been that long. That should have been a 2-day-old war. Okay, so miss us. Okay, your rebellion had nothing to do with our freedom. Our freedom came what? 61 years later? Are you serious?
We won't forget. Maybe y'all forgot that if it was not for Haiti, your ancestors would not have been freed.
Hey, Roland, is it possible, Roland, before you say that about the Chinese, hey, Roland, is it possible that you are misunderstanding our position? Is it just, I mean, either we just got a bad position, it's easily debunkable, or you guys come over here and you misunderstand it. So what I'm willing to do is I'm willing to talk to you where you can understand it and not misunderstand it. So let me provide the phone number to you. But Roland, you can call in and I can give you our position, or you could tell us what you think it is, right? And then we can go from there. So this is for Roland. So Roland, it's going to be a 2-call process, right? You call in and you enter the meeting ID, right? So here you go. This is for Roland because I believe that Roland is genuine, and I don't believe he's coming here to be a troll. I think he's genuine, but I also think he's just misrepresenting us. I think he might have got our position from IG clips. People, hey, Roland, it's possible that people are clipping us, misrepresenting us, kind of like what the dude did with Dr. Claude Anderson, and he's gaslighting you guys to come over here to think we are about something and we're actually not. So Roland, that is the phone number so I could frame our position more accurately. I guarantee you, you think we're against all immigrants. We're not. We're against the tether class of immigrants. I guarantee you, you probably got our definition of tether class messed up too. So that is the phone number, Roland. What's up, Jay? Roland, I'm gonna put the phone number 1,000 times in there. A phone call doesn't hurt, bro. I'm not gonna scream at you. I'm not gonna yell at you. I'm just gonna have this conversation with you because you said China don't do this to the Chinese. So what? So who will we be? Will we be Africa? Like, so who will we be in that scenario? Will we be Black Americans from America, or will we be Africans from Africa? Roland. So call that number, bro. Explain to us.
Haiti sacrificed itself to free your ancestors, but yeah, y'all seem to forget. France made us pay. America bankrupts us.
Wait. Why did you pay for your freedom? See the difference. See, now we never do this because we don't try to, go there. But let's do it. We fought for freedom and got land. You dig? 40 years in a mule. You fought for freedom and had to pay. Like, we don't understand that. Like, we come from two different realities. We fought for freedom and they took it back, but we got something right away. And we got the Freedmen Bureau that helped us out in the system, and we got the Freedmen Bank. So we got rewards and spoils from our win. You guys got debt. See, we don't ever say that publicly because we try to leave it alone. But that's the reality. You fought and got a consolation prize. And I can't even call it that. You fought, won, but caught the L. We fought and won. You did. We got the W. So even our wins are different. We had a planned war where the other side was suspected of us. You caught your people off guard at 100-to-1 rate, and you're bragging about the success. Come on. That's silly. Right, they got extorted. But I need Roland. Roland said, right, Keith Lamont, I need Roland to call in.
Let's not act like America didn't have a hand in this. And America still today have a hand in this.
So what you gonna do about it if the American government has a hand in your demise? How do you guys plan on leveling up? Fleeing to America to take part in America's undermining of Haiti isn't smart. It's not at all.
Okay? Go back home. Go back home. We don't want to be
right
here. We want to go home.
Wait. So why are you here? Wait, hold on. What the?
Hand in this. Okay? Go back home. Go back home. We don't want to be here. We want to go home.
Hold on. She is in an office Okay, she is a cleaning lady of a cleaning business, right? They employed her. She's in the office cleaning. She decides to stop and do a what's this, a selfie, a self snitch video, and complain about not wanting to be in America. Man, go back to work before they fire you for one. And if you don't want to be here, all you got to do is self deport. Is real and get $1,000 or whatever incentives they got for you. You don't have to stay here. You can self deport.
Tell America to get their hand out of her business. Tell America to pay back the money that they stole. Tell France to pay back the money that they stole.
I think she meant to say France, not friends.
And we'll go back home. We'll fix it. On my face.
Okay, so you're just never gonna go home then. You're gonna be an unhappy guest. Okay, whatever. Okay, I get them.
We need to talk about the rise in Black American nationalism and the Black American.
Now this one is more move. Now this one is more worse. This lady right here, whatever she is, boy, girl, boy, whatever this is right here. This is the worst right here. I hate seeing, like, I'd rather just hear her. I hate seeing her. What is this? How?
Nationalist to white supremacist pipeline. Yes, white supremacist. So firstly, we've seen the Jay Versace tweet that's been resurfacing, and in response, I've seen like quite a few Black Americans make videos about that and say that you can always tell an African apart from an African American. Y'all are not like us, etc., etc. And before I even get too deep into that, I really want to ask you guys, what is the purpose of making that distinction? Why are you guys fighting so hard to make this distinction in 2025? Don't tell me that is reparations, because that's a really stupid answer. And just to speak to that point, Africans are very diverse looking people. Yes, there are people you can look at them and tell they're African, just like you can look at some people and tell, oh, okay, that's a Black American person. But if you go and get Africans who were born and raised in America or who moved to America at a very young age, you probably will not be able to tell. Most of you cannot, because people can't tell with me. It's literally not until you say something or until somebody sees your last name that.
Yo, did she say we can't tell that she's not FBA? I mean, so I guess when Tariq talked about the hairline thing, y'all think he just goofing. Man, we can tell for the most part that you guys are non-FBA.
They're like, oh. And that honestly kind of brings me to my second point of this whole thing of Africans are cosplaying Black Americans. I don't really think you guys understand how silly you sound when you say this at times, but I think it really does speak to sometimes how Black Americans, when it comes to this particular subject, some of y'all can be a little bit narrow-minded in your thinking, because what do you mean we're cosplaying? If you're born and raised in a country, you're gonna have the mannerisms of people in that country, especially if you're raised in a.
Ma'am, those folks I just showed on my screen, they're not from America. They never lived in America. So that just debunked what you just said. You said if you come to a country, you're going to at some point assimilate to the culture of the country, right? But those folks I just showed, ma'am, these folks never been to America, and they're cosplaying. So cosplaying is real.
A country like America, where things are typically just straight segregated by race, like, let's be real. So it's like you're gonna have and adopt the mannerisms of the people, you know, in your community, which for a lot of people.
Yeah, but we're not in their community, so why are they looking like this? We're not in their community. They are not in our community. They are in Nigeria looking like that.
Who are African but born in America, that's going to be Black American people. Like, hello. And thirdly, which I think is honestly.
And by the way, that's bullshit too, because 98% of my students were East Indian. I taught over 1,000 of them. And they keep their Indian culture. They wear all the beautiful colors. They wear the sandals. You have a few who adopt American culture, but a lot of, even the mother and father, they wear their Indian garments. And anybody that's familiar with Jersey would know there's a city called Islin. Islin is 100% Indian. All their stores that's in Islin is Indian garments, right? Even Indian jewelry. So that's a bold-faced lie.
Probably the most egregious is I saw a Black American woman on here who was trying to say that what? She said that Africans, Latinos, and immigrants are the new colonizers.
Wait. So her shirt says African. She got a whole bunch of Jamaican lines on here, but she said we can't tell she's non-FBA.
That's quite literally the term that she used.
So now this woman is like trying to go viral on her like IG thing, IG feed for like saying disparaging thing about FBAs because she's getting like likes and stuff. So they're encouraging her. But that's great because we're gonna use your shit for content and clown you.
She says that Black American people and she included white Americans. She said Black American people and white American people who've been here for hundreds of years, whose families have been here, who came over from Germany and Ireland.
Flea unit.
Who built this country? They built this country, and now people are trying to come over here and force their customs on them, et cetera, et cetera. And I saw her in the comments literally liking comments saying white and Black Americans need to stick together. Like, do you see?
Yeah, we're Americans, and not just Black and white, also Latinos. All right. So you have Latino Americans, you have Black Americans, and white Americans. Like, we're better off on one accord than with foreigners who are off code like yourself.
Where it's not okay. Like, first of all, do you know what a colonizer really is? Like, let's not use that term lightly. Like, if you are claiming that your family has been here for all these hundreds of years and all this other stuff, girl, you should know the real history of colonization in this country, and you should know the real atrocity that it was, and not.
Ma'am, you need to know America was never colonized. We never had colonizers, ma'am. I'm proud of one of the few voices on the net who makes that distinguish. We have never been colonized. Our country had enslavers, slave traders. We're the only country that had that actually breeded FBAs to become slaves, born slaves. You guys didn't do that. You guys were sold as slaves, but then it stopped. You guys were able to have babies and get, all that type of stuff going on there. And you were colonized. I mean, you were forced to extract your resources to a white man. Okay? That never happened over here. They made us breed, right? And we worked in enslavement the whole time. They had slave codes, slave rules. So people were bought and sold over and over and over. So that buying and selling practice that happened with Africans and white people, it continued in America. It did not continue in the islands and the continent. Okay, the buying and selling stopped. That's the difference.
Try to compare people who are literally coming over here peacefully to try to seek a better life for themselves, the new colonizers. That's very audacious and nasty. Immigration is not perfect. There's illegal immigrants who do terrible things, but that is not the overwhelming majority of people. So for you to be using
we never said that
kind of rhetoric, especially as a Black.
All right. So we got a call in. Caller, how are you?
Are you talking to me?
Yes, talking to you. How are you?
Okay. They said I was in the green room. Okay, I just want to ask you a question.
Yeah. Now, are you? What was your name in the chat?
I'm not in it. I was watching from the cloud.
The mother plane?
No. I saw you put the number up for rolling or something like that.
Okay, I got it. Yeah. But who were you in the chat? Or you never respond? All right. Anyway, go ahead with your question. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that nice live stream, but you talk about Africans cosplaying. I guess your name is FBAs, but don't FBAs cosplay the white man? You got the white man name, wear the white man clothes, white man shoes. Don't you? If you're gonna use that criteria, wouldn't you be? You blacks cosplay the white man?
Okay, so let's start from right. So let's start with the first part. You said we say Africans cosplay FBAs. Is that true or false?
Yeah, I agree. If you're going to use that criteria, okay, then you cosplay the white man.
Okay, hold on. I didn't ask about the criteria. I just asked you, was it true or false?
Well, it depends. Some Africans in Africa live a very tribal life. They don't want anything black.
Wait. Did we? Hold on, slow down. Did we ever say every African cosplay is FBAs, or we said some, and we point out the actual some? So we actually show, like on my screen, case in point. Do we do that, or we say so? Do we prove our point, or did we just say generically, or just absolutely all Africans do it? You just lied, right?
Yeah,
You made a mistake, right?
Some FBAs cosplay Africans. You know, they wear dashiki and everything.
Wait,
so
hold on.
if you're going to do some.
But hold on, listen. I already know you're not white, but look what I'm saying to you. Because today the show is called Comprehension. So you gotta listen to what I'm saying to you. I heard you out. You gotta listen to me now. I just asked you, was it true? I asked you again because you ran to say all Africans, and now you're saying we cosplay them. Is it true that Africans cosplay FBAs? That's your opinion, yes or no?
Yes, some do, not all. Some do.
Okay, you keep adding. Okay, now I gotta say this now. Did we all ever say all did?
I don't know, sir. I'm just calling and saying that you're saying that Africans cosplay FBAs.
Okay. All right. So now that guy voice sound familiar. He sound like a guy who called Tariq Radio. Right. We know you're not white. All right. So now the reason, chat, is why I wanted him to confess or not that Africans cosplay FBAs, because I know a Pan-Africanist would never admit that. I know a tether would never admit that. So that's why he wouldn't admit it. So I know he's most likely a tethered Pan-Africanist or just a Pan-Africanist. So there's certain questions you can ask people and you know they're never going to answer yes or no. Like, for example, I can tell when somebody's a conservative or white racist by just asking about the IQ test. Right? You see, Kwame said, now that's bullshit, as a Pan-Africanist tether, but American Dream says it's true. So now we know they're both tethers, but Kwame is a Pan-Africanist tether. American Dream is a fake black conservative tether. You see, so certain questions that they answer yes or won't answer at all, you can tell their position. Okay, so a Pan-Africanist tether will never admit that Africans cosplayers. That's why they wouldn't do it. That's why I kept trying to get, okay, cool. You're saying we cosplay whites. You're saying that we cosplay Africans, but do Africans cosplay us? And I'm not all. I made it very clear. Do some cosplayers. Well, not all. Okay, brother or sir. We got that. We got that out the way. All don't do it. Do some do it. Well, not all. All right, Pan-Africanist tether, get out of here. Igusi, right? Yeah. So certain questions they just will not answer. All right, and I could pinpoint who they are, even in the trolls. So he's trolling clearly. Stop. So he's trolling clearly, but even in his troll, it failed because he wouldn't admit. So now he would have got further, and he said, "Sure, some do that." You know, he could make up an excuse, and then we could have went on how do we cosplay white people when white people cosplay us. I don't recall us making white people music. Okay, I recall that. I recall, or even playing their music. I recall the entire world playing our music and dressing like us. We're not dressing like white people. White people have a certain way they dress. Okay, and that's not how we dress. They walk around with Dockers and their shirt tucked in, damn near high waters. You did with white socks with the color stripe around the top, and they may have a sun visor on. That's how some white folks dress, probably with some shades. That's not how we dress. Like, we look totally different. Our dress codes, everybody know that. Like, everybody complain about us sagging and things we do that I don't like either. But nothing about us, our haircuts, all that stuff. Is even like the hair wigs, like that hair wig thing is a foundation Black American thing. And you got white women wearing hair wigs and extensions and shit like that. So he did a poor job proving that we cosplay people. The world tried to emulate us. That's why I keep going back to this picture right here. Now you show me these guys dressed. So are they looking like white Americans or Black Americans? Right. So that's a hook, line, and sinker.
Black woman in America, I have to say pause. Like, come on. So again, I really just say all that to say, like, really, what is the purpose of this FBA movement? What is, like, why is this beneficial? And again, don't tell me reparations either, because what, you guys think that by separating yourselves from the rest of the diaspora in America, that you're gonna go back to the white man and say, hey, okay, it's us, we're the ones that deserve it, and you think that he's gonna give it to you? You're crazy. This.
Okay. Listen, what is this? For y'all older folks, y'all remember Pat from Nickelodeon? Like, you couldn't tell if Pat was a boy or girl. What is this? What is this?
Goes for all Black people in the diaspora, period. If you're not ready to take your reparations by force, it's not happening, period.
Oh my, and they always talk this. The last lady to say this: Haiti's not gonna forget. Haiti's gonna rise up. Haiti's gonna cause a rebellion in America, and Haiti is gonna enslave you Black folks. Now, also, family, what they don't insert in history is that when the Haitians did the first wave of rebellion, they enslaved themselves. Was that through Dessalines? I think it was. They enslaved themselves. Like, I'm saying literally, when they were able to get the first wave of Frenchmen out of there, they returned Haitians back to slavery to rebuild Haiti. Like, they were literally forced. Like, the government, the government had got the troops over there with guns and everything, and forced labor from Haitians to build Haiti back up. All right, so that part is kind of like revised out of history. The enslavement part, where they enslaved themselves after the French, and it took another Haitian leader, captain, whatever, famous, familiar, well-known name, forgot him, but he was, so after, I think Dessalines, whoever he was, when he went to France, wherever he went, and they jailed his ass and killed him, the next guy to rise up, y'all can help me out with the names. The next guy to rise up had stopped that enslavement practice by the Haitians themselves. You did. Help me out, chat. What are the names? Yeah, fearmonger stuff never works. That's some liberal tactic. Peace, bro. Yeah, the fear tactics. Okay. I can't stand looking at this. I don't know what this is, but I don't like it.
So again, just why are y'all doing this? What's the purpose? What's the agenda?
And you know what I'm gonna say? What don't nobody want to say? We don't eat African food like that. African food ain't good.
African family, I'm sure there's some riders out there and there's some tethers, but I hardly ever tasted some African food. It probably been by mistake. It's not that it tastes disgusting or it's unpleasant to my palate. I just don't, it's not on my menu. It's not on my mind at all. Jamaicans, once, it depends where I'm at. If I'm at work and like there's, cause y'all be convenient as hell when you at work. There's always a Jamaican store somewhere. Hey, get some food. Some of it be good, some of it be nasty. So every Jamaican restaurant is different. But when I'm home, I mainly just cook all my food. So that's my testimony. Like, I rarely eat anybody food. Okay. I usually cook, and then when I'm too hungry to cook, come live all day like right now, then I might order some pizza or something like that. But I normally cook or make or prepare my own food.
Black people eat Jamaican food. Hell, we'll eat Indian food, Chinese food before we go buy African food. Africans had to
Dry goby.
eat out of
Renaissance
necessity.
women. Jeez.
You know what I'm saying? They didn't have spices and stuff like that over there. And they've become accustomed to eating the way they've been eating. They never changed the fufu nasty as hell. Y'all don't know how to put no seasoning, no salt, pepper.
That's another thing. It just be spicy. She's right. Like even the Jamaican restaurant I go to, there was one in South Carolina that my sister ordered from that was very, 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 very good. And that was probably one of the few Jamaican restaurants I could ever say satisfied my palate. Now I got some some Guyanese friends that could cook very, very well. I like Guyanese food probably better. Okay, yeah. So if I had to eat like an island food, I would probably want it from some Guyanese people. I've seen something in the chat. I had Ethiopian food once. It was awful. Never try any African stuff again. Frida Claxton. Okay, so Frida, I'm gonna throw a wrench at you. Pinky, I see you. Frida, I'm gonna throw a wrench at you just like the video, please. Thank you. Yeah, yeah. But so yeah, when a Jamaican can make Jamaican food great, it's gonna taste great. But they all are not great cooks. They all don't have great restaurants. So it's like a roll of dice. If you're unfamiliar with the land, it's like Chinese food. Like you'll miss more than you hit with Chinese food. Yeah, but yeah. So, but I can imagine like Brooklyn probably got better Caribbean restaurants. I can imagine. But Jersey, it ain't that easy to find a great Jamaican spot. It's good.
Bro, put some butter over the damn fufu. Y'all food is too bland. And y'all tried to compare it with jambalaya and gumbo, Creole, New Orleans. Oh no, y'all need to cut that one out. And people just need to be real. Because you come over here in this country, you don't see no long lines of people in the African restaurant. You see them in everybody else's restaurant except the African restaurant. You see them in the Jamaican restaurant. Any type of
yeah, like I said, in a good Jamaican restaurant, you're gonna see a long line. So that tells you if it's a Jamaican restaurant, there's no long line. That tells me enough right there. Like, nah, I'm good. Because I don't play when it comes to food. When I'm hungry, terrible food could ruin my whole appetite. So I don't want to keep missing to get it right. I get it right the first time. That's why even if I met some of y'all personally, and you try to get me to eat somewhere, that ain't happening. Ain't happening. Like you got to really put, your reputation for advising food on the line. Like, are you sure? Because I will never listen to you again.
Caribbean restaurant. Like I said, Jamaican restaurant, Indian restaurant, shit, Mediterranean restaurant. But African food is not good. So quit trying to compare.
Yeah, I don't like Mediterranean restaurants either. It's shit garbage to me. It's dry too. They be trying to serve salmon. How you gonna serve salmon like just dry, no gravy, or you know what I mean? Nothing, just dry.
With anything else, that jollof rice nasty as hell. Y'all need to put some. And I'm gonna double down on it. Jollof rice is dry. That's one of the reasons it's dry.
She came back.
I've been in the company of Africans that do stuff like fried fish with the head on it and the bones still in it.
Oh yeah, we don't do that.
And chewing on the bones, talking about y'all scared of bones. Hell yeah, don't nobody want to choke.
Right. Fillet my stuff.
A boiled egg in the middle of rice. What's a boiled egg doing in the middle of rice? Like they just put food together.
What is it?
It don't even sound good together.
She said, "What is a boiled egg doing in the middle of rice?" Exactly. Just experimenting. Like, hey, FBA's try this. Like, nah, I'm good. Like, why is there a potato in my spaghetti? Like, nah, I'm good. I'm good. Like, what's this, stew spaghetti? Nah, I pass. I'm good. No, thank you. I'm gonna order some Chinese. I'm good.
Put it together. Like I said, eat out of necessity. And even though financially you have come up, you have not.
100% correct from Claude. Okay. Italian food is probably number one on most of our lists. Good quality Italian food is probably number one, and like good quality Chinese food can be number two. If we want to keep it a buck, the Italian restaurants eat off us the most, and maybe Chinese restaurants. If you want to keep it a buck, this is nationwide. And a chicken shack, obviously, and because this is where we be dining. We be dining at the damn goddamn chicken shack and Chinese shack.
I stopped eating the same way, and don't nobody want that. Yes, you do have some spices, but
let me read the chat. And African food presentation looks weird to me. V4, I have no idea how it looks. Not interested. Only FBAs can turn a struggle food into a cuisine. Facts. Salutes. We did that with the hog. Jaquan says the soul food spot up north is $50 at FOH. I'm at home with it right now. They wild. See, think about financial. Here's the problem with financial Black American restaurants. We don't know how to price food. Like we price. We don't know how to price food. We price food on auntie's recipe. You know, the recipe that got passed down. Just like we put a price on a recipe. Yeah, this plate gonna cost you $100. Why? It's $20 everywhere else. Oh, cause my great grandmother, right? She came up with this recipe. She passed it down, and it's never been anywhere else, used anywhere else. It's only been used in our lineage, really. So it's $100. Yeah, so we'll put a price on some dumb shit like that. That's why we're like really bad with restaurants. We don't know how to price the food, and we don't know how to throw shit away. We want to keep reheating and re-microwaving. Like, dude, what are we doing, man? Yo, you want this microwave? No, I'll microwave I don't use microwaves. No, I'll warm it up myself. And they'll force the microwave on you because they know that shit is stale as hell. So family, you want to know if somebody food is stale, don't microwave it. I don't use microwaves anyway. I haven't used microwaves in like 30 years. I don't microwave none of my food. Never have for most of my adult life. I haven't not used microwaves. Yeah, but even with cookies at like Starbucks, hey, you want this microwave? No, I know it's stale. See, if it's stale, you'll never know because it's soft. But that should be like a brick. Like, yo, my money back, man. Oh, so Tashi D says it looks unsanitary the way Africans eat their food. I've seen some just start grabbing food from one plate and start. Tracy P says breaking news: meet the Nigerian woman in charge of FBA reparations for the African Union. Her name is Queen Blessing Itua. She is also on Obama Lifetime Achievement Award winner. Who the hell is that woman? Peace, Tracy P. Tracy P, I'm going to give you a wrench. Please just like the video in return. Thank you. Let me read some more comments. Pizza, pasta, meatball sub. Yeah, what you said meatball sub. How about just a sub, period? You dig? Turkey and cheese, provolone, onions, and lettuce and tomato. Yo, the Italian subs got to be the best. Yeah, Italians got to make the best subs. Ricardo says pizza NY tastes like nowhere else. Yeah. Listen, man. I went to a Yankee game. I bought that $50 pizza, that one slice that cost $50, and I was mad as hell, but I ain't gonna lie. That was the best pizza I ever tasted in my life. At a Yankees game, family. At a Yankees game. You would think the opposite, like, nah, it can't be. It was $100 for that pizza, but god damn, it make you want to buy another one. I just couldn't believe it tastes that good. Like, oh shit, no wonder people buy this expensive ass pizza. Yeah, so I gotta agree. Like New York, that's why I said I probably could imagine that the best Caribbean food is probably in Brooklyn. I can't imagine. Like New York is really different with their food. So I can imagine a Mexican restaurant, probably the best ever. Definitely can imagine that. And she's a connection to Obama. Wow. Yeah, she has a connection to Obama. Yeah, that's interesting there, Tracy. We gotta look into that. Send a link. You got a wrench. Send a link so I can look into that. Pinky Wells says no microwave and you will eat better. Right. I don't do the microwave, and I'm not microwave shaming. I'm just saying for me, and I might be tripping. I might be pseudo, but I'll pass. I don't like the way when they heat stuff up. In my opinion, it overheats. It be hot as shit. I don't want no food that damn hot, and then the heat goes away so fast. Like for example, when I buy coffee, Starbucks or wherever else, the way they heat the water up, to me, the heat never lasts long. When I make my own coffee, like I do on a regular basis, I use boiled water. When I boil the water, right now, I've been sipping this coffee. Now it's in an insulated cup, but I'm not closing it all the way. I've been drinking this coffee since 10 a.m. It's a large. That's a case in point. This is what boiled water does. The heat just be there way longer. It seems like that to me. Mahaya says they always talk about force when they flee. Lawrence says in the Northeast, as an FBA growing up, if it wasn't soul food, it was Jamaican, Italian, or Dominican food. Anything else is whatever. African food is not ever acknowledged. Yeah, I agree. I never had Dominican food, but I kind of get what you're saying. They do. Matter of fact, I never really had that. But thing you said, restaurant you said, I definitely had that. Lawrence, give you a wrench, just like the video, subscribe, and welcome to the cookout. We're cooking. She's cooking.
African spices, but it don't compare to soul food, southern cooking spices, and Jamaican spices. We'll eat Mexican food, like I said, soul food, southern food.
Oh yeah, that's another one. So I ain't gonna lie, my top restaurants would be, if I could get it my way, and if Foundation Black Americans can price their food accurately, for me, it would be soul food number one. All right. Number two is hard. Number two will be, oh God, probably Italian food. Number two. Number three would be Mexican food. Okay. Number four would be Jamaican food. And I don't know, that Chinese. Wait a minute, I got to back up. Hold on. Number one, if I could get clean, sanitary restaurants that do the right thing. Soul food number one. Damn. Chinese food might be number two. Yeah, it might be number two. Thai number three, and then Mexican number four, and then Jamaican food number five. Yeah, so that's my top. That's my top five. So you know what? I'm gonna throw my top five in the chat first, and y'all let me know y'all. So I'm gonna go soul food. Shit, can I spell? I'm gonna go Chinese. I'm just keeping it straight real. I'm gonna go Italian. I'm gonna go Mexican. All right, so I put my top five restaurants. If they all had good prices on their plate, fair prices, and they all were sanitary, this is hypothetical. Those are my top five restaurants I like to visit first. Soul food, Chinese, Italian, Mexican, Jamaican. Nobody else is even close. I don't trust Chinese food. I agree. But that's why I'm saying, like, hypothetically, we can get like a regulated Chinese restaurant where cameras in the back watching the workers, and it's, you know what I mean? And everything's supposed to be sanitized, right? These are Americanized Chinese folks, basically. Let me read some chat. So, bro says I have to go with soul food number one. Number two will have to be Mexican food. Number three, Chinese. Number four, Jamaican, tied with Italian. I love some spaghetti. Yeah, I'm telling you, man. So we agree 100%. Just the order is different, but we agree. Salute says, when everybody finally admits they want to be you, yet spent years pretending not to know, you make it and make sense. Yeah, exactly. Tashi D said, FBA News, I was finna say you have Chinese food a little too low. Oh yeah, I had to make it number two. Yeah, I wowed out because their menu is so wide open. Like, it's just so many things you can order. That's why I gotta be number two. Gotta be. Egg foo young. You can do the chicken wings. You can do chicken and broccoli. Like, it's just so much stuff you can order from there. You might could order a different dish like 10 days in a row in a Chinese restaurant. Pinky says my kitchen number one, number two Mexican, and Italian, Japanese, and Japanese. Yeah, Japanese. Yeah, I forgot about Japanese, but still, like, they won't be top five for me. Four Lane says I never tasted anything African ever, never wanted to neither. I never heard anybody around my way. Now, yeah, like in Newark, New Jersey, you got some folks that be saying, "Hey, it's an African restaurant," so I got to say that. But personally, I never like tried it, never went out and bought it. If it was made for me, I'll taste it, but it's not nowhere near my mind. Ricardo says, me, food is good. Mexican food across the border, much better. And the women looks better too. So Bree says soul food number one, Italian, Lebanese, Mexican, Korean. Wow. Okay. Thank you. Well says my Chinese restaurant, the kitchen is visible. The kitchen is visible. You are hilarious, yeah. Claw, you can see everything, right? Claw says number one, soul food, number two, Mexican, number three, Chinese. Yeah, I'm telling you, that's the top five. Hey, listen, we have a consensus. The top five restaurants gotta be soul, Mexican, Chinese, Italian, Jamaican. So Tashi D says my favorite food is chicken wings. So soul food will forever be my number one food to eat. Ricardo says in Mexico there's no such thing as a burrito. Really? I don't believe that, bro. I got to Google that shit. Claude says I forgot about Japanese food. Yeah, Japanese they could do their thing. They got some fly ones in Jersey. That was me and my boys had like a nickname for it. I forgot what I should say to him. Oh, I should say, yeah, I'm going to. I say I'll be right back. I'm going to Japan, something like that. And he knew where I was going. So Frida Claxton says soul food, number one. Number two, Cajun soul food. Damn. Number three, Jamaican. Thai. Oh, yeah. I got Thai would be my number six. Thai is over Japanese. So it'll be Thai six and maybe Japanese seven. If I keep going, I forgot about Thai, but Thai can't crack my top five. But Thai would be number six. The Thai is like kind of close to Chinese, but they got their own spin. They don't spin to it. Shit, Thai could damn near replace Chinese. So I'm gonna be fair, Frida. That's your name, right? I'm gonna be fair, Frida. I'm gonna say Thai and Chinese together. That's like a tie between Thai and Chinese. Miss Mickey says I prefer to cook at home. I have trusted. Yeah, I don't blame you. That's why most of my food I cook. P. Williams says soul food, Mexican, Italian, Japanese, Jamaican. Okay, so he took out Chinese and added Japanese there. Ty Richardson says soul food, Italian, Mexican, American, and Japanese. Interesting. Okay, so Tracy P says, family, look at this FBA sister channel called Unpacked with Queen Janice, and the video is called Americans Are Being Colonized by Africa. All right, hold on. That sounds like an interesting
Thai food, Chinese food, Indian food. We'll eat all those foods, but we're not eating African food. And you can tell that by the restaurant. Nobody's getting rich off African food in America. They're getting rich off of everything else.
All right, so Frida said, well, when I first had Thai food, I felt like I must have been Thai in the past life. Not gonna lie. Me and my same boy who went crazy on that Japanese, what was it? Japanese, like, I forgot what it's called. I come up with the name. But yeah, when we got exposed to that, we were going crazy. But yeah, when we got Thai, we were going crazy. So I like in Thai, like I said, Thai Chinese is kind of like similar. Thai maybe a little more tastier, but they're like far in between. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Yeah, Thai might be like a fancier. I looked at Thai like a fancier Chinese restaurant. Carl said Thai food is good, but it's hotter than Trinidadian, and that place is fire. Let me get some. So Pinky Wells said Japanese is the cleaner Asian food. I agree 100%. Every Japanese restaurant I've been into, been clean as hell. Bro said soul food. We talking about barbecue, potato salad, macaroni and cheese, peach cobbler, potato pie, soul food. Yeah, that's probably soul food for me number one. Them damn collard greens, them dang cabbage. You dig? Like, think about it. A Thanksgiving dinner is to me like it's like the epitome of like a soul food restaurant. So I would never take another kitchen over a Thanksgiving kitchen. Okay. All right. Let's keep going. Thai and American food I will never eat again. Pinky, that shit got a fly Korean barbecue spot in New Brunswick, New Jersey. Wait a minute. Where at New Brunswick? We're at New Brunswick. We're at New Brunswick, bro. That has to be over there by Chipotle and you might be talking about over by Chipotle and Popeyes over there, bro. Or I forgot that street right there. But it has to be over there somewhere by the Chipotle, the same strip Chipotle, that same strip Popeye, like the little club scene. You gotta be talking about over there. I'm not too familiar with international dishes. Lawrence says soul food number one, Jamaican number two, Italian three, Dominican, and then Mexican. Okay. Jake Kwan said I fry all my fish with the heads on it, and I eat the eyes when my family isn't around. I might be half each other. No, you might be half Mexican or Latino. Because the first time I seen that done with Latino, they be so happy when I go to a Latino store and buy fish, because they know they're keeping the heads. So they get to have fish head soup on me. I'm like, y'all should charge out. They be laughing like, yo, because I'd be like, no, cut that head and keep it. He said half tether. Now you have Latinos be happy as hell when we order fish, because we're gonna, and again, whitings, we're gonna get the whiting, We're gonna get the bluefish or whatever, and not keep the head. It's like a free meal. They be loving when they see us come in there. They get a free meal. What's up? What else out there? What else out there? So Lawrence, I read that. Pinky said in California, the Hispanics are now cooking the soul food. Wow. Rita Claxton said, I agree that Thai Chinese could be Thai, but Chinese food that we like is Americanized, not authentic Chinese that they can eat at home is. Oh yeah, I agree. Yeah, our Chinese food definitely Americanized, because we know that rats are a delicacy in a lot of those countries. That's a fact. There's a whole video. I mean, it's growing past the Asian countries. Jaquan says soul food, Thai food, Jamaican, Italian, Puerto Rico, what food they got? Nah, yeah, I know hella Puerto Ricans. I ain't never hear of a good Puerto Rican dish ever in my life. Want no meerkats throats for it. Tashi D said, I love watching videos of foreigners eating our food for the first time. I've never came across one that didn't like our food. Exactly. Thanksgiving, I eat a little of everything. If I don't, I wind up like a clump. Uptown on George Street, heading toward North Brunswick. Okay, wait. Said George. Okay, I know what you're talking about. Because George Street heads towards like the bowling alley. All right. Now I'm familiar with that area. You said headed towards North Brunswick. Okay, so I don't know about that spot. Right. No. Yeah. No, George Street. Yeah. George's Road. You talking about George's Road, right? I forgot about street, but George Street, one of them. George's Road, George Street, one of them. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that. Is it new? You know, like they did all that over there. Get down. You know they did all that over there like some years ago. All right, let's go. Video.
So try to compare yourself to New Orleans Creole gumbo. You crazy. It's laughable, actually. It's actually laughable. Nobody is going to root over your food over New Orleans food. People go to New Orleans just to eat. They go there just to eat.
Yeah, by the tracks. You said by the tracks. Yeah, that part I'm not that. I don't really go up there too much. I went there when I was passing out my signs. But I bought like signs. You know how they be like vote for this candidate. I bought signs to promote my business, and that's like really illegal. Like, well, it's not illegal like that, but it's against some city policies and ordinances. City ordinance. It's a city ordinance, so you can get fined. I used to order like 100 signs and put them all around that North Brunswick area. So that's the only time I went up there is to do that. Like I went there for a different reason. Yeah, but I would go up that far to put out my signs. There'd be like nice neighborhoods over there. But past the white folks, I used to go like around the East Indians.
Goes to Africa just to eat.
Black Americans, listen, please stop referring to yourself as African American.
Here we go.
That Pan-Africanism, that whole movement to unify Black Americans with Africans, listen, that's a hoax. They want a destiny swap with us. They want to take our culture and our dollars and take it back to Africa. You see what they did with the Essence Festival. If y'all keep feeding into this narrative that we are all the same, they are brothers and sisters, what's going to end up happening is when it comes time for reparation for what our ancestors went through, not theirs, the ones that they sold, not theirs, what's going to happen is they're going to send Black America's reparations over to Africa.
Mm-hmm.
And they are not our friends.
That's what they want.
They are not our allies. And I hope y'all can realize this and wake up.
So I'm just going to be real. There's a lot of things happening, right? So with
the all right. So I want to, okay, so we seen it all. Okay, cool. On that one. So let's move forward. Oh, this one right here. Oh my God. So now he is the definition of a white Latino right here. Okay, when we say white Latino, we could throw that word around and too loosely. But no, when we say white Latino, that means everything about your outer appearance look nothing like a traditional Latino person.
Being arrested for driving with suspended license, all right?
Gary.
Kind of out of our hands. If you're a subscriber of my channel, then you already know the drill.
Right, Gary. They're crashing out right now with how they really feel before they get deported.
We got a routine traffic stop that will escalate into a deportation by ICE.
I want to eat everything in Louisiana.
This time, It's a 27-year-old college student who decided to drive with a suspended license on his expired student visa. He could have easily avoided this entire situation, but of course he thinks the rules don't apply to him, so he gets to learn the hard way.
Do me a favor, man. I need you to step out. I got some paperwork for you. You go to the front of it.
That look on his face says it all. He knows
yes,
he messed up big time, but that hasn't stopped the liberal media from labeling this criminal as the victim of the entire situation.
Right. So you see how it's played out, right? And this dude look white as he looks white as Jared Taylor. Okay, so you can't say racial profiling or picking on illegal Latinos. No, this dude don't look Latino as hell. Like he looked like a white man who has a Latino name.
Seriously getting out of hand.
This is good, man. Okay. So,
listen to this.
What happened? Your license is suspended.
Yes, because I'm doing the renew of my visa and stuff here, and I couldn't. Honestly, I don't use the card just because. Let me show you. I have a strain in my foot.
Suspended license, expired visa, strain in foot. What
the
bloody hell do any of these things have in common? Just mad.
Yeah, this dude said the most ridiculous thing ever.
Man up and take responsibility for your actions.
Right.
This is a 27-year-old child with zero responsibility.
It's crazy.
And it's the reason that I use the card because I can't work.
Yeah, he just said absolutely nothing. This is like just tether babble.
I know that it's a mistake.
Yeah. Still can't do it no matter what, all right?
Yeah, you wild.
I'm gonna need your fingerprint.
Yeah,
right?
man, you
You're
wild.
getting a citation. I know you got one before. You're gonna get another one today for driving with suspended license. Okay?
Did this officer just say this is his second citation of the day?
Wait,
Bloody hell.
he didn't say that, did he?
I know you got. So I'm gonna need your fingerprint. All right? You're getting a citation. I know you got one before. You're gonna get another one today for driving with suspended license. Okay?
Did this officer just say this is his second
So this dude just acting like he's just invincible, like he's undeportable.
citation of the day? Bloody hell. I don't have the body camera footage for the first citation.
So Ax, you pulled up yesterday when I forgot to shout you out, but you pulled up yesterday when I was just getting off.
But I bet it was for something else he could have easily avoided.
Read your fingerprint on two of these, and then one of these is gonna be yours. That one's gonna be yours. Has to be taken care of within 30 days. You gotta go to court. It's gonna be a mandatory hearing. You'll see the judge about it, and then they'll take care of everything. Come over here.
The worst part of this whole thing is I bet this criminal student is pissing away taxpayers' money away on his useless degree. If you want to come into this country, you better do it the right way, and you better follow the laws here, or your ass is getting deported.
Yeah, he really thinks he's going home with a ticket. Yeah, he really thinks he's going home with another citation on driving with a suspended license. Okay. An expired visa.
So right now you
Send us a link on the Africa Union thing. I don't really follow Africa at all, like zero.
You're arrested for driving with suspended license, all right? You already got a citation for this before.
Damn.
This is now your second citation. However, now you're going to go to the courts for it, all right?
Good on this officer for arresting this guy.
Sorry.
He already received a citation for this exact offence, yet he decided to do the exact same thing again. He clearly doesn't respect the laws here, and he probably doesn't have insurance either. Imagine he gets into a car crash and damages someone else's vehicle. No insurance to pay for the damage, and now the American gets screwed again. Get out of this country if you can't follow the laws. A recurring theme in many of the cases we break down, especially those involving immigration enforcement, is the use of identity documents that don't...
And this is happening a lot because if you're here illegal, of course, you can never own a car legally. You can never own a house legally. You can never get a job legally, right? So a lot of these illegal aliens who are being trafficked and smuggled in this country, they are now, well, in order to live a fake cosplaying legal life, you have to steal legal Americans' identifications. And this is what's happening, man. This is another reason why we need them gone, because my identity might be stolen, your identity might be stolen. Guess what? They're already selling everybody's identity. Once you sign up for some phone company, you get cable, internet, you get a bank account. Everybody's selling your information, and this is probably why they probably got like a lottery thing where they just put your information in a lottery thing, and some illegal wins unbiased Ron identification.
Belong to the person holding them. It really makes you think about how easily your own personal information, your name, your address, your social security number, could end up in the wrong hands, being used without your knowledge. That's why I've partnered with today's sponsor, Aura.
Aura ain't paying me.
Can she come pick up the car? Oh, actually, no. Can't come pick the car because registration is fine. What's another citation that you're going to get? Alright. You got any weapons on you? No. You got anything that's going to poke me, stick me, stab me? Do you have anything that's going to poke me, stick me, or stab me? Okay. Separate your feet.
Bless you.
So from here, I'm going to take you to the jail. At the jail, they're going to let you look at your phone, and they're going to let you take out 3 phone numbers, and then once you get processing, they'll let you make a call, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You pick up your hat, okay?
That ring necklace.
Buddy, if you didn't want to go to jail, why'd you drive with a suspended license again? Also, a quick message to the viewers. I have a lot more videos like this coming soon.
Okay,
so you'll want
to
subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss
I
them.
just did it.
Okay. You want him to kick off the shoes?
Should I grab my phone?
We'll get it for you, man.
No, sir.
No? What is that? Is that part of your shoe?
Yeah, like.
Just understand that if there's anything on you that we haven't found yet, and we get to that jail and they find it, that's going to be an extra charge. Okay?
You're done, buddy.
So if you have any contraband, something that you know you shouldn't be introducing to the jailhouse, it's kind of just tell us so we can get rid of it.
No, to be honest, just I had my wallet.
You know, your wallet?
Your wallet's in the car, right? It's on the seat. All right.
Okay.
I'll grab that for you. All right. When you get to the jail, they're going to make you take off your earrings, okay? Your nose ring, too.
Okay.
I'll put the gum in his car.
Appreciate that.
There goes his ability to get another visa, though.
Yeah, the officer said, there goes the ability to get another visa. You just ruined that.
Appreciate that.
There goes his ability to get another visa, though.
Yeah, you ain't kidding. I thought about that too, which is the reason why I didn't really want to, but then I saw it was indefinite.
Oh, you see, they're looking out. You see, I really ain't want to. I saw that too, but I really ain't want to. So that's what the first officer did. So he knows about white privilege, this white Latino. He knows that what he got going on, some white officers could have sympathy for him. I'm like, damn, man, if I process you, you're done. You're deported. So he was using that as a badge to just ride around dirty. With immunity.
He got a previous citation for with knowledge. So.
Yeah.
Damn.
Kind of out of our hands.
Yeah.
The officers feel guilty, but they aren't the ones who chose to continuously
Now you know, if he was darker, they wouldn't be talking like this.
break the law. This 27-year-old student knows exactly what he did, and he has nobody to blame but himself. It's really not that hard to not break laws, and when you're on an expired visa, you better be extra careful. The fact that he even let his visa expire shows his lack of
Right.
responsibility
He disrespectful
and
to
lack of
America.
maturity.
It sucks to suck. I understand what it's, I mean, I don't understand in regards to having a visa, but I know what it's like. Sometimes, you know, things get rough, you forget to do things, but
That's kind of something you got to do immediately.
Yeah.
Or live without.
You're an adult for a reason, you know?
He's an adult kid.
Let's see if this is inaccurate.
The worst has yet to come yet.
Look at that. Look at that. Yeah, I'm definitely.
That shouldn't even be on the card.
You know what's funny? In New York, we cut the sticker.
Yeah.
Put a little X on it.
Yeah,
some
some
extra
people do that.
lines. Because of
Someone
stuff
tries
like
to
that.
take it.
Yeah.
Looks like a note from a child, like a kid. You know.
He's got incorrect tags and a child in a grown adult's body. His parents failed.
Yeah. His parent must be somebody with some status or you know what I mean, some money or something for him to behave like this. This is ridiculous.
To raise him properly.
I'll make sure there's no Suboxone in there or something crazy like that.
Yeah. And did you already order the tow?
No, I went out 57, but then I started coming out.
Okay. And then his wallet, not his wallet, his phone and his watch. Right.
Sounds good. You put that in the trunk.
All right.
Excuse me. The vehicle that not my.
Yeah, so dude got deported in the most stupid way possible. Like that's somebody who was not on the deportation list, but literally put himself there. So we're not, you know what I mean, what can we do with that? Now, hold on, family. Oh, somebody, yeah, y'all are petty, yo. Y'all about to get me flagged if I play this video. Yo, y'all are petty, yo.
Hey, my brother, you know what it is. This is a robbery. Give me all the money in the cash register. You know how I do.
Yeah. Where is the money, job sucker?
Oh, no, it's a robbery. Oh, I don't want no trouble. Just take the money and go. I don't want no trouble. Hurry up and fill up that bag. I got a crack habit I need to feed. Hey, Tubby Ho. Stop eating all the food. Here, just stick the money in the food. I don't want no trouble. Just go. Just go.
Yeah, y'all are petty. Send me that link, yo. I thought y'all sent me something else. All right. Hold on. Let me. Okay. All right. So I got some other videos here that we must. What is this? Shit.
Issues. MARTA's general manager has left the transit system. MARTA board members said he returned to his home country as the U.S. tightens its enforcement of immigration laws.
Doug Richards is at MARTA headquarters for us this afternoon. Doug, was Collie Greenwood at the board meeting today?
Yeah, y'all are funny.
Collie Greenwood was not at the board meeting today.
FBA.
His tenure here in Atlanta, at least as CEO, is relatively brief, possibly unraveled somewhat by national politics. Greenwood had spent much of his career
Y'all know how I
helping to
do. Yeah,
run
that was
a bus
hilarious.
system and a transit system in
Yeah, when you
the
think he
largest
can't get
city
any
in Canada,
funnier,
Toronto.
he come with something new.
Collie Greenwood joined MARTA in 2019 and rose quickly to become the transit system
Look at this.
CEO less than 3 years ago. The CEO job came at a tragic moment after the previous CEO, Jeffrey Parker, committed suicide at a MARTA station.
God damn. So he made a statement. He took himself out at the MARTA company. That's crazy. Yo, they are that depressed.
Greenwood was absent from today's MARTA board meeting. The Chief Customer Experience Officer, Rhonda Allen, ran the meeting, and the board later named her interim CEO.
Wait. Are these all immigrants? Like, what's going on here? I see all black folks here. Let me look up Marta. What kind of company is this? Y'all black folks in here. Talking about CEOs, but then they got immigration status problems. The hell is Marta?
Board members said Greenwood
Look,
had
everybody
left the
black.
country with his family following unspecified immigration issues. And several board members said they were unhappy to see him go.
Immigration is a very complicated issue in the United States today.
But he's from
Mr.
Canada.
Greenwood needed to
He's
make the
from
decision
Canada.
that was best for him and his family, and his Marta family will miss him tremendously.
Collie Greenwood took an early retirement
Is that
package
Greenwood,
from Marta,
South
according
Carolina?
to board members who will now launch a search for a replacement CEO. The interim CEO may be among the candidates they consider.
Yeah, so it looks like he bounced from the country because he was about to get deported. Wow, that is interesting. This dude's self-deported. But wasn't a lot of black folks over there? Like, what? Like, I want to know. Okay, this is what I want to share with you guys today. Yeah, I want to know his like, what's going on over there. As a family, this is what I wanted to show you guys. And when people say, why don't we protest against ICE?
There's a hell of a lot of people other than the black people who were brought here as slaves who came to this country illegally.
They're not the same as black people who were brought here against our will.
Yeah, she said, yeah, she compared slave. Yeah, she said slave was illegal. First of all, slavery was legal according to America. Like, what law did America break when they brought enslaved people to America? Like, they bought them. The hell? They bought them from the Africans. What's so illegal about that?
What I just said, I said there is a lot of people than the black people.
Okay, so that is exactly why we are holding a position we're holding right now. This is why we like hold your own nuts. They are quick to be disrespectful and compare what they got going on to what we had going on 400 years ago. And listen, Latinos, just compare your situation with something current. Don't dig up 400 years of history and try to compare yourself to that. Like he said, unwilling people sold, people were sold like a damn Snickers bar. They did against their will and were forced to do labor, and there was no liberal media to speak out against it. Okay, so what you got going on, you got illegals who are being smuggled here, trafficked here, whatever which way. Some are coming here voluntarily, you dig, and they even paying $5,000 to get snuck over here. And you got liberal media defending them, right? So they have representation. We had no representation. So you got to stop.
You think I would say I who have advocated for black people my entire life would say something like that?
Because you've advocated for black people, great, congratulations. Last time I checked, I'm black, you're not.
Okay.
Hispanic people,
okay,
people and black people's immigration story ain't the same. You show me.
Everybody knows that. That's just stupid to even like. Good. So there you go. There go your black and brown coalition. So I want to get to the heat of it. When did it start?
The point remains that a judge found the evidence to be credible that Mr. Garcia did indeed belong to a gang. So now all of a sudden we're just not going to believe judges?
The judge?
I mean, we can't have it both ways.
I don't want to go too far down this road.
Right. So this is a family. I've been doing this. I'm sure you guys, when you talk about ICE and illegal immigration, I'm sure you get the same thing. You get people lying and saying that legal immigrants, Spanish immigrants, are being deported. That lie is going around. Then you'll hear about they're not getting just due. Then you'll hear about judges are lying and being corrupt. So now this is this whole diabolical master plan by the federal government, and they're just breaking constitutional laws. You dig all this type of stuff to deport illegal violent criminals or people with expired visas or asylum seekers that's expired or the application was denied. All of this.
Rabbit hole, but my only point is that the government has not presented beyond the police report. They have not actually presented the evidence to prove that he belonged to this gang.
So police reports not considered evidence before a court of law?
A police report.
Do judges not consider police reports? What are we saying here?
Right. Look at the lies that we gotta consider. So police reports, like, yeah, every time you get arrested and charged with something, there's a police report explaining why you got arrested and what you got charged, why you got charged, the charge and why you got charged. So now what he just said was, so now these are just being disregarded now. Police reports ain't shit. Now police reports are just an opinion. You dig? This is how far, this is the delusion. This is how, now forget, this is all for illegal immigrants. Now just wait until their naturalization started to get stripped from them. Oh, it's gonna be all out civil war for these.
Sure, Michael. What was the original?
Relevant.
I actually want to.
It absolutely is relevant to the argument from the administration, which is that Mr. Garcia belonged to a gang as one of the reasons of deporting him out of the country. And you guys are saying there's no truth to it. There's no facts to it. That's not true.
The Constitution is very clear. It does not say citizens. It says no person should be deprived of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness without due process. It doesn't matter what he's done in his past. The Boston bomber. Wait a minute. Let me finish. The Boston bomber had due process.
Yeah, that's due process.
That's what this is about. I gave you time. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
Okay. This is a president who continues to twist the Constitution to adapt to whatever his vision is, to the point of the 2-year-old.
Listen. Let's put this in perspective. These people are so disingenuous because this is not Donald Trump contorting or changing the Constitution. This is Donald Trump acting on behalf of the best interests of America. And
I keep hearing that too. Like, oh, he's breaking the Constitution. When you ask for evidence, there's none. No, just believe me. Okay.
There's a constitutional argument that has to be made. That's the difference. It's like Donald Trump is acting in good faith according to reasonable good faith behavior. And then what happens on the back end? There is a legal challenge. And therefore, the Supreme Court has to make a decision. It's not that there's a decision that's made and he's turning against the decision. What's happening is that Donald Trump's interpretation of it and somebody else's interpretation of it is different. Donald Trump is doing what's in the best interest of our country. Because if anybody want to say an MS-13 gang member should be able to stay in our country, he didn't get due process to get in this mud, and he don't need it going out. So if anybody's going to make that claim, you have to say that Trump is acting in good faith. Roll the clip.
2025 IRS tax forgiveness now has open enrollment. It's easy to qualify.
Deported without due process, an American citizen. His father did not want him to go, and the only access he had to his daughter was listening to his daughter cry in the background in a 1-minute call. That 4-year-old did not get access to a doctor, despite the fact of having stage 4 cancer, did not have his medication with him when he was deported, an American citizen, to Honduras. This is what this president is doing. He is twisting the definition of the Constitution, and people like you are disparaging character to try to justify the disparity.
I'm not disparaging. Due process does matter.
Did he have due process?
But the idea that Mr. Garcia's past doesn't matter is ludicrous.
We live
in a sovereign nation, and this idea that people can just come into our country and do whatever the heck they want to do is absurd to me. And if Democrats want to die on this hill, I promise you'll regret it politically. So go right ahead. Go right ahead for Americans. Go right ahead.
Hold on a second. It's funny, but they talk about due process, but they weren't talking about due process at January 6th. They didn't care about due process. I mean, come on, man. These people didn't even have a trial. They're sitting in jail riding. No due process mentioned. No due process mentioned. No legal conversation like this. Democrats did.
I'm telling you, we don't have liberal media representation. We never did since its inception, 60s, civil rights era. They have never came to our defense like they're coming to defense of illegals. We were legal citizens when we had the civil rights march movement. We were legal citizens who were being deprived of legal constitutional rights. Okay? We were illegally being violated by state governments, the American people, and the federal government. And we had no liberal media coverage on our side. We had no conservative, Republican, Democratic media coverage on our side. We've never had that ever. Okay? These guys are illegal. Some of them are violent, and some of them, their just status just expired. Like they shouldn't be here right now. You either go back home and work it out and come back the right way.
Did not say due process no matter what, but they're willing to say due process no matter what on an illegal alien who beat up his girlfriend, was an MS-13 gang member.
Shit.
This is a hill they will die on. It's not that they want to die. They will be dead on this hill. The American people are struggling right now, and the economy is kicking them in the you know what, and they defending illegals. That shouldn't have never been here in the first place. It ain't like the guy was a citizen. It ain't like the guy came here legally and there was a court process and they're just deporting people who legally are in this country because they don't like them. It's a person that should never been here. Roll it.
We're breaking our laws coming into our country. That is a fact.
Let me let Scott have a word, and then we'll move on.
It seems to me that the political analysis of this, though, is, and a lot of average people are looking at it this way. Why is it that we can let 20 million people into the country just walk across, whatever, and there's no real process for them to do that, but then we have to individually pick out every single person and go through years upon years upon
that absolute great point. So you get to sneak over here and do illegal stuff, but you're saying we can't sneak you out the country with what you call illegal stuff. Like, no, same energy, man. So those folks who come over illegally, yes, if we want to get rid of them, we got to legally do it. But those folks who come over illegally, no, I don't believe there's no legal process to get rid of illegal. Like, you got to match energy with energy.
Years of paperwork and this and that and the other, and all we're trying to do is send them back to where they came from because they came here illegally in the first place. 20 million in with no process. How do you get 20 million out with years and years of people fighting every single case?
And that's never going to happen. You're not going to get 20 million folks out of here that way. It'd be 40 million back over here or coming in here. It just be like, they know it'd be impossible to get them out if they went that route.
You could cherry pick any case you want. But the reality is the crisis that put Donald Trump in the White House was caused over years and years and years of neglect and letting people walk into here without any process at all. And now you're trying to gum up the works to keep them here.
A lot of them came in. A lot of them came in with parole. A lot of them came in.
CNN polling shows 54% of Americans want Mr.
November polling showed Donald Trump won the election.
That's CNN polling.
The public is shifting. We are a sovereign nation, and you cannot just come into our country illegally whenever the heck you want, because we can't do it to any other country on the face of this earth.
Illegal right.
If you come in illegally, you have to leave. Americans are tired of that. We do not have unlimited resources.
You know who was here illegally with a deportation order? Marco Rubio's grandfather.
All right, we're
not talking about that.
Yeah, you heard Marco Rubio. You want to know who came over illegally? Marco Rubio's grandfather. What does that guy? How does that add to the argument?
Oh, now we're not. Now that's not relevant.
It's not
no,
relevant.
I'm talking about Marco Rubio because Marco Rubio used to be an advocate for TPS for Venezuelans, and Marco Rubio used to be an advocate for Nicaraguans and Cubans.
No, I know you're not. This country illegally, you are going home. Simple as that. We do not have unlimited resources.
I think a lot of Americans
to take care of other people.
A hell of a lot of
she has no rebuttal to that. He just simply said very sternly, and very matter of fact, he said, if you come to this country illegally, you are going home. Period. And she had look at her face.
Other than the black people who were brought here as slaves who came to this.
Oh wait. So this is it. Okay, now this is when she said it. I know I get to it. So let me see. We got a family member, Twin Campbell. Peace and welcome to the cookout, to the FBA Adolf lineage cookout. I'll throw you a wrench, like the video, and whoever has not had a chance to like the video, I know y'all on your mobile phones, you dig. I know it's not visible. Just go ahead and stop for a second. Just click the thing down, click like. Let's keep it going. Now, so he just said this. He said, if you come over here illegally, he didn't say Hispanics. Chinese, Asians, Indians, Haitians. He just said if you is plural. You is also plural now. So that's basically anybody. If anybody come over here illegally, you're going home. Look how she took that. And she was waiting, like she wanted to call him the N-word, but she's waiting for a moment to say this right here. Listen. And she got her moment. Because if the white guy would have said that, well, she would have still said this guy well, who? Him. If he would have said that, were you still going to say to the white guy, slavery? You were not going to do that. You're waiting for the black guy to say that because you thought he was the most vulnerable. Listen, family.
We're going home. Simple as that. We do not have unlimited resources.
I think
wait. One more time. We got Matthew in the chat. So let me throw you also a wrench, Matthew. It's the FBA wrench. Let me throw you an FBA wrench. Family, just like the video, subscribe. You dig it. Welcome to the cookout. It's the FBA cookout. We're having family time. All right, one more time, family.
Illegally, you are going home. Simple as that. We do not have unlimited resources.
I think a lot of Americans
take care of other people.
There's a hell of a lot of people, other than the black people who were brought here as slaves who came to this country illegally.
They're not the same as black people who were brought here against our will.
That's exactly what I just said. I said there is a lot of people
There's a big difference. There is a big difference.
That's exactly what I just said.
There's a big difference.
That's exactly what I just said, Sir Michael. You can act indignant. That's exactly what I just said.
Let me just share, Michael.
Other than the black
Anna and share, Michael, please.
There are a lot of people from many
I think you actually misheard what I think you misheard what she said.
No, he purposely misheard.
No, we didn't hear what he said. This conversation had nothing to do with enslaved black people. That happened 400 years ago. Why are you bringing up a 400-year-old event? You got to dig up to talk about what we're talking about in 2025. There's no correlation from people that were enslaved in this country in the 1600s and illegal immigrants sneak into the country, or visas not sneaking in the country, but visas being expired and asylum seeker applications being denied, and they got to leave. There's no correlation at all. So there was no room to bring that up, but you did, and you got the reaction you wanted, and now you're going to play victim like she just did.
She said,
I purposely so now you're in my
Share,
brain?
Michael, listen to me for just a second.
Is that where we're going?
Share, Michael.
I would say I will have advocated for black people my entire life and say something like that?
Anna,
because you've advocated for black people, great, congratulations. Last time I checked, I'm black, you're not.
Okay, Share, Michael.
That's right. I'm Latino and my people are being racially profiled.
It is.
And do I have to remind you the history?
Your people's not being racially profiled. They are racially being deported because they come from a race, and some of them are illegal, and they caught up with them. You know, I know Biden let so many in, and now it's over. And when Biden when Biden let folks in, it wasn't a permanent thing. It was temporary. It was temporary.
Of my people?
Share,
do I want to go there?
I don't.
Do you really want to go
we're going to go to break.
Raul,
we're going to go to break. Raul Reyes, thank you very much for joining us, everybody.
This is a good one to end on, but just, hey, let's keep it real. Do y'all really want to go down this path? Because black people who were smuggled here or traded here are not the same as Mexican people from the southern border who snuck into our country. These two people are not the same. It wasn't a circumstance. These Mexican people come over here, or whoever is coming from the southern border, they come over here and get benefits. They come over here and get housing.
Right. Yeah, let's talk. Hey, that's a good addition. That's a good insertion. Hey, let's talk about that. What that didn't happen with us. We didn't get benefits. We did not have we were marginalized. Like, these guys can move to California, Arizona, Texas, New York. They could go where they please. They can buy, they can get the American dollar in their pocket, they could own stuff illegally, but they can own with our identification, our US citizenship identification, but they're owning stuff. And you got sheriffs out here lying, risking their freedom, white sheriffs risking their freedom to make up fake police reports to say they were assaulted so they can get U visas, permanent stay in America. Big difference. It's a big, super duper reach. All right. So anyway, I got some stuff today. All right. So let me bring on the next video. So really, a lot of the videos I'm sharing today was supposed to be for yesterday, but Kwame called in So I put a pause on it. I said, you know what? Let me just do it tomorrow. Because the live would have been just too long had I tried to talk about all this stuff after they were on the phone call for so long. Okay, let's see where we at now. What do I have? Okay, here we go. Okay, so we have a tether explaining. Hold on. Get ready for this one. It's going to be another tether crying out about FBAs. Oh boy.
You followed the rules, you took the oath, and you became a U.S. citizen. But now, under the new DOJ memo released on June 11, your citizenship can be at risk. This isn't fear-mongering. It's a real policy that authorizes denationalization like never before. In this video, I am going to break down what this memo says, what it means for millions of naturalized citizens, and who could be targeted even years after becoming a U.S. citizen. Because if you thought becoming a U.S. citizen is permanent, you need to watch this video.
The birthright citizenship was not
I am
for
U.S.
you.
immigration
Why would you
attorney
even think
Lillian
that?
Chukura, and I help my clients get green cards and citizenships using the U.S. immigration law system.
Oh, you got a vested interest in this. So she losing the money
Or
now.
you were ineligible when you became a citizen. They now want to take your citizenship away.
Why?
And this is not just in extreme cases, because someone in the comments is going to tell me it's in extreme cases.
It is.
No, there's 10 categories, and in those categories, they are not talking about just extreme cases. The Department of Justice has outlined 10 categories of cases where they want them to target. And this includes people accused of ties to the cartel or gangs. Anyone with a serious criminal conviction, even if it happened after they became a U.S. citizen.
Yeah, well, right. Like, how do your criminal class get to come over here? And why are you committing crimes over here? Ain't this the land of opportunity? Don't all you come over here for the beautiful opportunities? So why are you committing crimes? That's taking advantage.
People accused of fraud, including private financial fraud.
Got to keep those dirty practices in your homeland. Don't bring them over here.
And anyone they believe to have got their citizenship through misrepresentation, which can mean a lot of different things.
No, I explained that. People are filing for fraudulent asylum seeking statuses. They're filing for refugee statuses is fraudulent. You're not running from nothing in your homeland. You just committed a crime. You stole from somebody. They trying to chop your head off. You speak over here. All right. So no.
Now, here's the part that most people don't realize. Denaturalization has a criminal law element and a civil element. So the Department of Justice is going after people on the civil side because there is no statute of limitation.
Right. So you guys run with loophole. You use loopholes to get these illegals over here and become citizens, right? So now we're like, okay, y'all want to play a loophole game? But you're using loopholes to get them over here and naturalize and gain citizenship. Well, we're going to use loopholes to get them up out of here. Cassius Williams, peace and welcome to the cookout. I'm going to throw you an FBA Adolph's lineage wrench. I'm going to say lineage wrench. I'm going to throw you a lineage wrench. All I ask in exchange is to like the video.
On the civil side, however, on the criminal side, there is a statute of limitation. They can only do it after so many years. But on the civil side, they can go after people for as long as they find out that they have that misrepresentation or they were convicted of a serious criminal offense. Also, if they're going after people under the civil side of denationalization and not the criminal side, that means they only really have to prove their case that it is more likely than not that you meet the requirements for denationalization. On the criminal side, they have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. Right? That is why they are choosing to do it under the civil side.
Ain't that the same why people sue rich people, rich men and rich women for assault? You dig? Like, they don't take them to court to get a guilty verdict necessarily, you know, to serve time. They normally just want the money, right? So yeah, so even like people who are assaulted in a way, they just want the money. They don't really want justice. So they pick and choose to go civil or criminal. Again, like, that's an option. That's an option, and we're taking that option.
Because the requirement, the bar that they need to meet in order to denationalize people will be much lower. If it is a criminal case for denationalization, you have a right to a public defender. However, if it is under the civil side, you do not have a right to a public defender. You will be able to get your own private attorney if you can afford one.
Welcome to America. Like, you see, he's preaching to the choir. This is some tether shit. What about mass incarceration via the drug war? What about that? Where was all these lawyers speaking about that when Michelle Alexander put that on Front Street? Where was the liberal media family that got like so many millions of FBAs and blacks in general locked up? Well, not just locked up, but convicted, because everybody didn't serve time, but we got convictions. A lot of Foundation Black America got convictions for little to minor offenses, non-violent crimes. You dig? This was the war on drugs that Michelle Alexander wrote a book about and did hella lecture throughout the country. You dig? So, but where was the liberal media covering that and like blowing that up? No, it wasn't. It was majority a black thing. Okay. So yeah, and guess what? They'll charge us with ridiculous charges, and then they'll say, okay, but you could cop to a plea with just probation. But that cop will be a felony. Like, it wouldn't be a misdemeanor. They made sure that all the pleas that you cop to was a felony that can affect your rights to jobs, housing, assistance, things like that. Okay, what about that scam that's going on since the Reagan administration? You know, since the 80s, that just got addressed, you could say, with the Obama administration. Okay, but there was no big coverage, there was no big sympathy nationwide. Stop.
But you have a right to an attorney. They're just not going to provide one for you under the civil side. No, but if it was a criminal side, they would need to provide one for you if you cannot afford one.
Right. So it's a civil. So yes, a civil suit.
Even if you have been a U.S. citizen for decades, the Department of Justice can go through the process to denationalize you if they believe that your naturalization was flawed.
Right. You need to be unflawed. You need a flawless naturalization. You did.
Or that you committed a serious offense after you became a U.S. citizen.
Right. Got to go.
And once they denationalize,
because you know why? Those crime rates, somebody like a white supremacist or a tether who's down with white supremacy is going to use those immigrant stats to plaster on us. Say, look at your crime rates. Gotta go.
They can now go through the process of deportation. You may be thinking this does not apply to you. You have done nothing wrong.
Nothing wrong.
But there is a reason this memo is concerning to immigration lawyers like myself. The categories that they are targeting are broad and vague.
And you see, family, and I don't have a problem with this. I'm just pointing out the obvious. You see a lot of these immigration lawyers be immigrants themselves. Yeah, and but it's even more concerning when they're black, because you'll see that when we think of immigration, we think of Latinos, right? Latin countries, Spanish people, Hispanics. We don't think about black people. We think of black people like her as black. We don't do the connection. But the truth is, they don't see themselves as black, and they don't see themselves being tied to the black plight, the black fight. They see themselves as being tied to immigration as well as Latinos. So it's like a catch-22. We believe they're with us, but they know they're not with us. They were immigration. Nothing wrong with that, just a fact. But they want us to believe they're with us. So like they go under the radar. So when something is said about immigration, we're like, yeah, Latinos, illegal ones. But yeah, get out of here. We're not thinking them. But the whole time they're fighting for immigration, even illegals and the criminal element.
So things like good moral character, material misrepresentation, or simply not disclosing something even if you didn't know you had to disclose it, or that it was even a thing to disclose. Those things can lead to you ending up in denaturalization proceedings.
Right.
So it's really important that you do not just assume that you are exempt from this, because
that's a bad mistake to
this
believe
is
that.
broad and it is vague. And they will try to fit as many people into this denaturalization.
It's not vague because you just explained it very clearly. You're very loquacious, eloquent, articulate. So that's not vague. That was very plain.
Box
made it plain.
As they possibly can. Even if it was an honest mistake, the government can now reopen your case, strip your citizenship, and place you in deportation proceedings. They are now having this authority and power given to their attorneys. Now, this is not just about criminals or fraud. It is about setting a precedent where your citizenship is conditional. Even after you have earned it, you have went through the process of getting your green card, getting your citizenship, you have been a good citizen. This will set a precedent where that nationalization is now conditional. So what can you do to protect yourself or your loved?
I can't give you the answer to that. Obey the laws. All right. What you can do to protect yourself, obey the laws of my country. Real simple. All right, let's go to the next video. Okay, I'll just a lot of tether babbling there. A lot of gaslighting. All right. Let's go to the next video. Let's keep it moving. No, stop now.
To everybody that calls me Somali, I'm not fucking Somali. I'm not Somalian. I'm not from Africa. I don't identify with anything African. We're black. That's an American thing. We don't look nothing like y'all. We don't talk nothing like y'all. We don't dress nothing like y'all. Know the difference.
If you're one of those pretending, I don't want to be black, I don't want to be African, for some reason got a problem with African people or being from the African continent, any of that identity crisis, sellout, whitewashed bullshit, stay the fuck away from me.
We need you to stay away from us. You are in our country, and we are in most of these states. So if you had that issue, you just stay home.
This to some of you that find it so easy to run their mouth, what they call gutter, like you spit out nonsense just because you want to say, oh, I'm not from Africa. I'm not from. You don't have to be from Africa. You can be from.
Well, stop making them African then.
Even Egypt is part of Africa. You can be from some other country. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. At least if you're not from Africa, tell us where your great-grandfather or your great-great-great-great-grandfather told you that his father is from. At least maybe you can, if you can answer your own questions, maybe you'll be emotionally fine.
To everybody that calls me Somali, I'm not fucking Somali. I'm not.
Okay, we seen that one.
I'm not tribe. Okay? We don't look nothing like y'all. We don't talk nothing like y'all. We don't dress nothing like y'all. Know the difference. We are not the same. At all. Period. Point blank. Have a nice night. Have a good day.
If you're one of those pretending, I don't want to be black, I
Okay, wait a
don't want
minute. Why do they keep saying the same thing? All right, they keep saying the same thing. Hold on. All right. All right, right. So again, more tether babble. All right. Let's
We don't
go.
do that.
No.
Eat real food. That's why when you want to get physical and somebody knocks you out like one blow, 7 apples, you're going to get some. So the truth hurts.
Yo, why do they be so zesty with their threats?
You're talking about your ancestors. You're talking about you not being from Africa. Some of you don't even know your great-grandfather's last name.
The hell we don't. Wait, that don't make that made no sense. Hold on. That is not our issue.
You're talking about your ancestors. You're talking about you not being from Africa. Some of you don't even know your great-grandfather's last name.
Hey, yo, we got 99 problems, right? But our grandfather, our great-grandfather last name ain't one of them, bro. All right. I can assure you that.
Yeah. And nobody said you can't go to Africa. Nobody said that. Book a flight. You have a passport. Passport gives you the right to travel. Use it. Use it. Explore. Because there's a saying, a man who travels is more knowledgeable than a man who stays at home. So don't be out there being sad, being pitiful, trying to arrange groups of people to agree on your own ideology because you're not well versed and educated. I have been to so many countries. I have witnessed a lot of lifestyles. But I don't know about you. Maybe you go from Texas to New York and you think you already traveled. I'm sorry. Going to Jamaica does not make you a traveler. I said that. Going to Cancun does not make you a traveler. Yes, I said that. But at the same time, ignorante, I bet you didn't understand that because when you don't have ears, ask questions.
Ask you?
I'm saying this to some of you that find it so easy to run their mouth. What they call gutter.
Okay, so we run our mouth and you run your feet. What's the difference?
Like you spit out nonsense just because you want to say, oh, I'm not from Africa. I'm not from. You don't have to be from Africa. You can be from Egypt. Even Egypt is part of Africa.
Wait, so you're going wait. So we ain't got to be from Africa. We could be from Egypt, but even Egypt's part of Africa. Why are you making us from Egypt, man? Why we just can't be from America? Why we got to be from somewhere outside of America?
Country, nobody cares. Nobody cares. At least if you're not from Africa, tell us where your great-grandfather or your great-great-great-great-grandfather told you that his father is from. At least maybe you can, if you can answer your own questions, maybe you'll be emotionally fine. Because I feel like you're just running around like a dog without tail, chasing something that we don't even know. Trying to put your bad energy on other people who don't even cause your problem. And you forget about the people who came to Africa or who still coming to Africa to take stuff. And those people that brought your great-grandfather here, you forget about them. Now,
well, nobody brought our great-grandfather here, man.
Actually, I'll put it this way. If
How
you want
old
to
you
get
think
some
we
lands, let me know. I will help you.
No, we don't want no land.
If you want to become a citizen,
we'll help you, right?
Nigeria, to be precise, I will help you. Don't be sad.
This dude is crazy.
At least I'm giving you that option right now.
We don't want that option.
Don't be sad, okay?
No, we won't be sad.
Stay blessed and stop hating. Make sure
definitely not hating.
You eat good today, okay? Because I feel like when people are hungry, they start talking nonsense. So make sure you eat at least 3 times a day. Them burgers are not food. Eat good food. Eat good food. Okay? Yeah, stay blessed.
Yeah, we'll stay blessed. Thank you. That's the definition of tether babble. Like, for real, for real. That is the definition of tether babble. All right. So family, what do you think about that, man? Oh shit. more tether babble. Everybody's worried about what we think, what we say, what we believe, but then they'll say we're just an internet irrelevant, ineffective group. It's like, dang, I never knew an internet group that was so ineffective, so irrelevant that everybody is we're in everybody's mouth. Okay, we're in everybody's mouth, but we're so ineffective. Excuse me. Excuse me. Nothing. Nothing happened. All right, let's go to the next video. Give me a second. Yeah, just tether babble. Just tether frustration. All right. Oh, no. I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, so, here we go. Wait, nah, this ain't the one. Okay, now I'm gonna play this one later. This is a good video. I'll play this one later. I don't want to play this one right now. It's an excellent video. I'll wait. Let's do this one first. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, my bad. It's on mute. My fault. I think it's my fault.
So, fun fact.
Hold on.
In 2019, less than 1% of the youth.
My fault, family.
Say that as a Congolese woman born and raised in Germany, some including myself too. What I want to say is that we need to be a bit more sensible to one another because it's not easy navigating spaces that were not built for us. This year, Essence Festival in NOLA went viral for many reasons, but what I want to speak about is this tension that came up because a lot of Black Americans felt like their space was being diluted and overshadowed by African influences.
Okay,
To me,
beautiful.
this isn't about right or wrong. Hurtful things have been said on both sides, but they stem from rejection.
Look, it's never about right or wrong.
A lot of us Africans are the root of said rejection. For years, we've mocked them. For years, we've called them akata. We've told them that they don't know their roots, that they don't have culture, or made fun of them for not knowing where they're really from.
Okay.
Afro-Latinos versus Latinos.
Look. She said making fun of us for not knowing where we're really from. So we're not really from America, right? Haitians are not really from Haiti. So why do anybody brag about their country then and their culture? What is Jamaican pride then, since they're really not from Jamaica? It's just more tether babble, stupid stuff.
North Africans versus Sub-Saharan Africans, Africans living in the diaspora versus Africans living on the continent. It's always the same cycle of rejection, identity, pain.
No, it's not.
People just want to feel like they belong. People just want to feel understood.
People just want to feel legal. Okay, people just want to feel like law-abiding citizens. That's all.
Natural human response when people feel they've been excluded for years, they're just gonna create spaces that are exclusively built for them. And let's be honest, us Africans.
Wait, one more time. Wait, us. I hope that us ain't inclusive.
When people feel they've been excluded for years, they're just going to create spaces that are exclusively built for them. And let's be honest, us Africans, we benefit a lot from Black American culture.
Of course you do.
We take from it all the time. Just
Right.
look at me. The way that I speak, the way that I act, the way
When
that
you
I
wear your hair.
dress, the way that I do my hair, the way
Thank
that
you.
I do my makeup. It's all been heavily influenced by Black American culture. The slang we use, the TikTok trends we follow, the dances, the music we listen to, a lot of that comes from them. So we can't keep benefiting from the culture and then get mad when the people, the originators of said culture is like, hey, this doesn't feel like it's the
Now she's coming to her senses. Okay, I see where you're going. You're connecting it, right? I see where we're going with this. All right, I like it. I like it.
belongs to us. And I also think it's important to remember from time to time that Black Americans are hundreds of years removed from the continent. They didn't leave voluntarily. They were taken by force.
No,
by
no, no, no,
slavery.
no, 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 no. I told you, FBAs, y'all cannot let them tell that lie. Africa is trying to back away from their role in the slave trade, right? Because their insecurities, they think they think after we get our check from America, we're coming there next. Maybe we are, maybe we're not. But their insecurities, they're trying to revise history and back away from their involvement into how there's a such thing as a diaspora in the first place. So even the Tether Kwame popped over here to act like the slave raids were just as, if not more, effective than the slave trade. And we know that's false history. The slave raids failed. The slave trade was successful. So never fall for this Taken story, like a damn movie, like Taken. Like, hello? You make a phone call. Hello? You got my daughter? You got 5 hours. Or I'm going to kill everybody you know. No, that's not what happened. They voluntarily sold us for white man trinkets and alcohol. Right? So I would never let them try to sneak past that lie.
Black Americans are hundreds of years removed from the continent. They didn't leave voluntarily. They were taken by force, by slavery, through violence. So when some of them say that they don't feel like they're African American.
Look, because she was doing good. That's why, listen, we appreciate you guys trying to hold each other accountable like we ask, but we like you to be historically factual. Like, don't make up shit. Because you're not really doing the job.
And they only feel Black American. Can you really blame them? Controversial example, but take Donald Trump. His grandfather immigrated to the United States from Germany. That's only 2 generations removed. But you don't see Trump walking around identifying as a German American. He's just American because that's the country he grew up in. And that's the culture that he knows. Same thing goes for a lot of Africans in the diaspora. When you ask them where they're from, they're going to first mention the country that they live in, the country that they were born in, before they say, oh, but my parents are from. So why do we expect people who are hundreds of years removed to have the same culture, the same values, the same upbringing, this strong tie to Africa? It doesn't make sense. Yes, some do try to reconnect, and some are interested to visit what they call the motherland. But
Reconnect to what, though?
Not by force. Don't get me wrong. I am a Pan-Africanist. I believe in Black
We know
unity.
it because that's why I had to check you, because Pan-Africanists like to revise history and lie and act like Africa didn't sell majority of folks to white people to create the slave trade. They want to act like slave raiders did it. No.
Just look at what we were capable in 2020. What happened globally around George Floyd showed us what unity can look like. In that moment,
Wait, what?
No one cared.
Wait a minute. What's, again, revising history? Are you lumping like Black immigrants with like Pan-Africanists as like a whole nation? No, there's a few of y'all that are Pan-Africanists but the bulk of Pan-Africanists are foundation Black Americans. All right. What do you want? Okay. So yeah, so the right here. So the bulk of us, the bulk of y'all, so 3 tethers marched with us with George Floyd, and now it represents the entire diaspora and continent of Africa. Oh God.
Are interested to visit what they call the motherland, but it's not by force. Don't get me wrong, I am a Pan-Africanist. I believe in Black unity. Just look at what we were capable in 2020. What happened globally around George Floyd showed us what unity can look like. In that moment, no one cared if he was Dominican, African American, Black American, Ghanaian, Afro-German, Afro-Italian. That was a Black man. We all understood this could have been my father, my uncle, my neighbor. This could have been my brother. So how is it that 5 years later, this is where we end up? Like I said, I was born and raised in Germany, meaning that I grew up in predominantly white spaces. Went to predominantly white school, then later predominantly white private university. Yet I've always moved between cultures. So I'm very familiar to what it means to be too Black, not Black enough, not African enough, too African, depending on who I was around. So I understand that at the end of the day, we're all navigating identity crises. We just want to belong. We want to be seen, we want to be accepted, and we want to feel like what's ours is ours. Please, let's just be a bit more mindful of one another on both sides. If you're still with me right now and
she just said absolutely nothing.
These kind of conversations matter to you, this is part of the stuff that I speak about on my podcast called the Soul Talks Club. It's a space that I created for people who share my story, but also struggle with identity from time to time, with mental health, with societal pressures, basically all the topics that are taboo in our communities. In summary, I don't agree with the divisiveness on each end. I understand the sentiment of Black Americans. I don't condone any of the hurtful things that any of the sides are throwing at each other.
So y'all gotta be careful. They'll just say slavery, but they won't say slave trade, right? Be careful, man. Like I'm on it. I'm on like that's why this is called FBA News and Updates. I'm on the updated misinformation that tethers and Afrocentric spread, white supremacists as well, or FBAs. She is ranting.
Distracting from what actually matters. Let's be respectful to one another. Let's not.
Okay, now it's everybody's fault. Yeah, she just laid out a beautiful hold on. She just laid out a beautiful argument how diaspora Blacks and continental African Blacks are attacking FBAs and they shouldn't be. FBA's got the right to delineate, we got the right to self-identify. She argued that perfectly, like Johnny Cochran. Then she concluded with, we're all disrespectful.
People to act and think the same way that we do. We all have different influences. Our environments shape who we are as a person. Let's be open and let's
take your Pan-Africanism home. Prove to us it's not one-sided. Go back to your homeland and show that red, black, and green flag. Say, take down that green and white Nigerian flag. Take down that green, yellow, and white flag in Ghana, and let's put up this red, black, and green flag. See what happens when you try to pitch that over there. Yeah, she's definitely Delulu.
Let's stay respectful, yeah?
Okay. Oh, boy. All right. Okay, so let us go to almost done with the video. I'm just catching it. I had all this for yesterday before the two tethers called in. All right. Okay, cool. All right. Here we go. Some more testimonies. Let's go. Oh, no, not her. Not her again. Oh, shit. Messed up. She had her hair blowed out and everything. Yeah, and like we really don't want y'all message directed towards us. Like we want y'all to keep your message directed towards tethers. You dig? That's having that issue, not to us. We're not the issue. So call out your tether class, not us.
We're finding more and more videos.
Oh, okay, now I replayed this one yesterday. So I replayed that one. That's the brother Phil Scott. He be cooking these tethers as well, exposing them. So not that. Okay, so I think I showed that one too. Okay. Oh yeah, okay. Now I don't know why this guy decided to not put shades on. So family, viewer discretion is advised. Okay, I don't know what's going on with his eyes. I don't know if he's blind or whatever, but he chose not to. He chose not to wear shades. So family, do not hold me accountable for what you're gonna see. Viewer discretion advised.
These are some things that can get you deported from the United States.
What's that?
Now, not showing up for your immigration interview.
Right.
Because a lot of persons, some been going
A lot
around
of people.
rumors that,
A lot of people.
ICE allegedly is waiting outside as you leave your interview. But
oh, he about to keep it real.
Listen, these are some things that can get you. As I said, rumors.
Right.
Now, if you are a person that know that you are a law-abiding citizen, you don't commit any crime.
Ain't that what I said?
You don't have nothing to worry about. You understand me? Unless in
like
the
this
past
guy.
you have some conviction.
Right.
Okay? And you have some persons overstay. Once you overstay your visa, basically
you're done.
you are in the country illegally. That's a violation right there. So
Hoodoo in the
also
house.
domestic abuse. Don't put your hand on nobody. Don't try to do nothing out of the way
Right.
to get yourself in that trouble.
So he's giving the 10 tether commandments.
And also shoplifting, stealing.
Yeah, you don't want to do that
fraud.
here.
I'm talking about fraud, marriage fraud, because sometimes
marriage fraud.
some things that some person do will basically catch up to them. You know what I mean? Because you will have some persons, they will marry to a US citizen, but they're not living together. Sometimes, your persons might work in different states, but sometimes that look away. You know what I mean? And basically, everything is being watched, or you are being watched. You understand what I mean? So there are a lot of things that persons can do, you know what I mean, to get dismissed. But the best thing to do is to stay out of trouble. That is the best thing to do, to stay out of trouble. Also, a lot of persons who cross the border to seek asylum, and I guess when they do that, they have to go to immigration court. And allegedly, I heard a lot of these persons, they go 1 and 2 times and then they don't go back. So
right.
I just want to ask this question. If someone can answer this
The
question
10
in the comment section. When a person don't show up for their immigration or their asylum interview, basically they're putting back themselves in deportations. I want somebody to answer that question there for me. And also,
we agree.
In the comment section, what are some of the things
got no
that
argument
can,
here.
Get persons to be dismissed from the United States? You know what I mean? And I'm gonna give my number. So if anybody wanna reach out and share some story which I can share with my viewers, I won't put your name out there. I will basically let it be.
Wait, why we gotta get your number?
You understand me? So the number is 863-330-8039. And if you're new to the channel, guys, please to subscribe. Okay? I appreciate all the support.
He said we gotta get his number.
And I just want to say thank you so much for 200 subscribers. Blessings.
Yeah, you are doing your thing, Money. You are doing your thing, Money. 200 subscribers. I got to commend you on that one. I got to commend you on that one, brother. All right. So these folks be doing their thing, man. I ain't gonna lie. So he said, do you want, if you want my phone number, like, why the hell would somebody need your phone number? Like, dude, you gave the sauce. You gave the sauce. Shit. Homie, you gave the sauce. You said these are the ways that people, you know what I mean, cannot be deported. We don't need your phone number. You got it, brother. You got it, brother. All right. Next video, baby. Yeah, my man gave his phone number out there. Yeah, it's not that serious, but it just tell him to Google it. You know we are in the modern age, right? You just could say, hey, fam, I'm not lying, just Google it. We don't gotta actually call you. You dig? Or those that apply don't actually gotta call you. All right, so what is this right here? Hold on. What is this about? Oh, okay.
I truly believe
The family. This got to be one of the most thorough Latinas in the country right here. Okay, this got to be the most thorough, one of the most thorough Latinas in the country. Watch this right here.
Hey, how you doing? I want you to check this video out.
as a Mexican American, I truly believe that we need to take our country back. When I came to this country, I stood in line for hours and days before I could get my green card.
Do you know anybody that crossed the border without applying for green card?
Oh, yes. Unfortunately, I have family members that did. Cousins, nephews, nieces.
Because those people might be deported if Donald Trump wins.
That's okay. That's okay.
You would be okay with your cousin being deported?
Yeah, I will be okay. They can be deported, but they can also apply to come back to the United States, but do it the right way.
That's a simple request.
Yeah, you heard her. She said, that's okay. They could be deported, but you got it. She's talking about her own people. You guys got to come back to America the right way that she did. She didn't cheat the system. She stood in long lines and she applied and did whatever she had to do. If it cost some dollars, she did that too. She did it the American way. You dig? So you have Latinas that feel like this. So every Latina ain't on some old, some victim shit. Oh no, it's a due process. No, you got some Latinas who like, nah, just do it the right way. Don't worry. You ain't got to worry about due process or not. When ICE come get you, if you have done it the right way, don't put yourself in that situation. Don't we say that? Don't we take ownership when we get racial profile and the black person snaps out of control and get his brains beat out unnecessarily? We say, hey man, some of these cops be on that rah-rah. So why would you give them what they're looking for? They're looking for a clear acquittal or no charges filed when they beat you up. And the best way to give them that is to act a fool when they racial profile you. We will say, don't even give them that. So she's saying the same thing. She's saying, hey man, don't even worry about ICE agents skipping due process or, doing due process. Just come to the country legally. That message was cool and real.
But the right way. She said she stood online, she got a green card, and she doesn't approve of people just coming into the country illegally. It's not like we're not a benevolent country. We allow over 1 million people a year to migrate to the United States.
Yeah,
and that's more.
Hey Jason, Miss Mickey about to get you, bro. She believe, she's noticing you all over the chat. And you kind of off topic a little bit, and she want to know like what's goody
than any other country in the world, and we should be able to enforce our borders without it being controversial. And this lady right here, she's saying that, she has relatives that are here illegally, and she doesn't have a problem with them being deported.
No,
that's okay.
You would be okay with your
I would
cousins
be okay.
being deported?
Yeah, I will be okay. They can be deported, but they can also apply to come back to the United States, but do it the right way. I
How
have
long
traveled
Yeah, I'm telling you, man.
long have they been here for?
years, like 20, some like 30 years.
And I think that most people who
You see? So everybody else is just being gaslighted by liberal media, Democratic media, other Latinos are being gaslighted to believe stupid shit, and they're falling for it because they want to. But you got some realists like this lady right here, like, yeah, you got relative 20, 30 years here illegally. But they already know what it is when they get caught. Why are we gonna cry and have a tantrum over what's inevitable? That's a great attitude to
have gone through the legal process and have gotten their green cards and have legal status in this country feel the same way.
Tashi D.
How do you think they would feel about you saying that?
Oh, they would be very angry. They are angry at me right now. They don't talk.
She's keeping it gully. She said, 100. She said, oh, they'll be angry at me. They'll be angry at me right now. You see how that is? So we feel the same way with certain people from the diaspora, certain people from the continent. We know what we're saying is going to anger you guys. We don't believe you should be angered, but we can't control your emotions and how you want to interpret our words. But I'm sure you're going to be angry, and I'm sure you're angry right now. I feel like her.
Green cards and have legal status in this country feel the same way.
How do you think they would feel about you saying that?
Oh, they would be very angry. They are angry at me right now. They don't talk to me.
See, they don't talk to her because she's telling the truth. People don't want to hear the truth.
At all.
You know, if you're here illegally, you don't want to hear people telling you that you should, come back, deport yourself and come back.
Right.
She said that you can be deported and then come back and apply to get legal status. But it's not like that anymore.
Nope.
If they catch you
you're done.
and they deport you,
you're done.
You can't come back anymore.
Nah, you're done.
Not legally anyway.
Yeah.
So
you're done.
I would just consider deporting myself.
I would do
as
that.
time goes on, and as this
and I don't know if I got that story, but I got a story of a responsible Latino father who was in the country illegally, or maybe legally, and his visa expired, whatever. Like he didn't sneak into the country. His visa, something like that, expired. And when Donald Trump put it on the table, hey man, deport and come back here the right way, this responsible father looked at his 8-year-old boy and was like, yo, I refuse to try to stay in this country, get deported by ICE, and then be separate from my son. So he took a responsible, respected approach. He self-deported with his son, and right now he's trying to get back in the country legally. You think he's not going to be a fool and get in his feelings? No, the liberal's going to defend me and then get deported and then be away from his son. Maybe deported, maybe he's from Mexico, and now you're in Venezuela, or now you're in Alligator Alcatraz. Like he loved his sons too much to be selfish. He said, yo, and they deported back to where they were, and right now they're working on a legal visa to come back in the country. Like, you got to respect that approach.
Program rolls out and these deportations become something that everybody understands and is inevitable, then you'll see people's opinions shift, because people are seeing images like this where ICE agents are getting pretty much mobbed and people are being very aggressive towards federal agents that are actually doing their job and enforcing the law. And Americans, myself being an American citizen, I'm offended by this. I don't want my government to have to placate and appease people that are not here.
Yo, when did we ever do something like this in this country? This is disrespectful, and they're in the wrong.
And you can't start an operation like this and then back off, because if you do,
now look, they're giving these immigrants and these immigrant supporters, these protesters, they're giving them so much respect and leadway. If we did that, bro, we would be shot down dead right there. If we were throwing big rocks like that, they would have came out that car and took us out immediately. Like, these illegals and these protesters are getting pampered on another level. They think this shit is China. Standing in front of tanks. Yo, they have no idea how privileged they are compared to us. Everybody who threw that's a violent assault they're doing. They throwing bricks that can kill somebody yeah, they would have eliminated every last one of us if those were FBA. So they are getting so much leniency, and they want to compare themselves, their struggles to ours. And this is not even a struggle. This is some illegal shit.
People are going to feel like they've won, and then it's going to be no stopping them. They're going to do whatever they want. So you have to go all the way now. If you came here legally like she did, would you feel like she does? I think that is probably the predominant feeling of people who have migrated here legally. They also said they're looking for a guy who was shooting at
some guy was,
ICE
okay,
agents.
so right there.
The FBI is offering a $50,000 reward.
This dude is, we ain't never do some shit like that. Again, these folks are the aggressors. They're not even defending themselves. They're being they are the aggressors. So family, I'm ended right there. I got some other stuff. And matter of fact, I got a guest I'm trying to get on, right? Trying to guess. I don't know if he still is, but he always was a Pan-Africanist. And he had a panel with a foundational African American. That's a new term that nobody have a problem with, but they got a problem with our new term. And he had a freedman on there, right? Representing, right? So I said, it's only right to have an FBA. But I said, matter of fact, how about come over here? How about accept invitations while giving them? So that's my thing. Like, do you only give invitations? Do you also accept them? So he said he'll pull up. So I'm trying to get him on today, maybe sometime early, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 3, 4, 5, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock the latest. But I'd rather 3, 4, 5. So I'm gonna work on that behind the scenes, family, and because he has some heavy criticism for FBA. He had no criticism for FAA or American freedmen. He had the most criticism for FBA, and you best believe it is because of Tariq Nasheed. And then he said Tariq Nasheed was the leader. So we got to talk about that. So we want to get his opinion why he believes Tariq Nasheed is a leader, even though the people he claims he's leading say he ain't leading nobody. All right. Anyway, family, hopefully he pops up later. It's going to be a great bill. You dig? I love my family. I love my lineage. We are out. Like the video on your way out if you have not just yet.
I take it all the way to the origins of the thing. And then when you come to, Garvey was a Klan member. Garvey took the American now, Unbiased said that I taught him about the American Colonization Society. I didn't teach him about the American Colonization Society. I'm the one who connected Garvey to the American Colonization Society because he has the same movement. He's come in as a plant 100 years after, or I'm going to say 60 or 70 years after because the American Colonization Society started in 1816, bruh. Garvey wasn't born until, hold up, listen. Garvey wasn't born until 1887. But he's using the same talking points, going to Liberia, going over here to a colonized land that was already colonized by America, and they're spreading out and trying to be colonizers over there. In Liberia is one African American or enslaved Americans.
Liberia was colonized by America? Huh? Did I hear that right?
The Berlin Conference. Listen, let me ask you a question.
Huh?
The Berlin Conference was 100 years before. Hold on, wait a minute. The Berlin Conference was 100 years before Garvey. All right.
That's okay. 1885. What does that got to do with 1820?
Now, listen. Just like I said, Garvey was taking the American Colonization Society's movement, which was trying to send black people back to Africa. He was meeting with the Klan. He was a Klan member. All right? And then he wanted to take us back to Africa as a one-party state, and he's going to be the governor of it. He's going to be the president. He's going to be the king. Garvey was lunch meat. Garvey lost his mind. And now, just like I said, he's following in behind these racist nationalists. And when you talk about black nationalists, the only thing they're doing is taking what white nationalists. And guess who the white nationalists that started these movements? was the separatist movements and the KKK. So the only thing you did was take white off of nationalists and add black.
All right, bro. Like
he was nothing but a coon.
You know what's strange about this? What you telling me?
No, hold on. You tell me that nationalism. Hold up. Nationalism is ran off fear. Nationalism and this. Hold up. No. Listen. Hold on. What? And just like I said, we're taking the terms that they used, that they created. Nationalist parties. The nationalist parties were the KKK and the suffrage movements. We started off with the men, and later they had to let their women become suffragists. Like I said. And they didn't involve none of us in none of those nationalist movements. And then we take the term nationalist, just like we taking the term black, just like we taking the term the N-word, and we take it and adopt it upon ourselves as social construct. You take the term given by one group to another and adopt, and the group who the name was put on takes the name and adopts it upon themselves. And we're doing the same thing using the terms nationalist, using the term genetics. Genetics is a form of biology, right?
Hey, yo, hold on, bro. Listen. So it's strange what you're telling me because Martin Delaney had a Back to Africa movement. He did this on his own accord. And the person that we start in this conversation with is Paul Cuffey, who got nothing to do with the ACS. He does this on his own. I show in the beginning in the 1780s, you got fucking Prince Hall and all of these individuals talking about going back to Africa. They make these petitions to do that. I put it on the screen, bro. So I don't understand.
And Garvey's coming in as an agent, not even an American, coming in trying to tell us how to live. Hold on. Trying to tell us how to live, and then will take us over to Africa where he never been and become the king of Africa. Man, don't that sound delusional as hell?
Yo, listen, brother. You right.
That's delusional.
Yo, listen. He said African for the Africans, period. This is a slogan and things of that nature.
But he's going to be the king of Africa once he gets over there, though. He wants to be governed by him. He wants all of Africa to be governed by him. He envisioned a unified Africa as a one-party state governed by himself. Yes, he did.
He did it. He didn't want all Africa to be. Where did you get this from? Could you give me a source? Oh, Wiki. This is what y'all do.
Pull up Wiki. Pull up Marcus Garvey and Wiki.
Let's pull it up. And it's gonna say what you just said, right?
Exactly.
Right now. Okay, it's gonna say Marcus Garvey wanted to be the king of all Africa. Let's pull it up right now. So we got Marcus Garvey here. I'm sharing the screen. We're gonna put it up right here. Marcus Garvey wanted to be the king of all Africa. So we're sharing the screen right now. We're sharing the screen. So Marcus Garvey wanted to be the king of all Africa. So here's Marcus Garvey. You said go to Wiki. So we're on Wiki now. Let me hide this reader. So let's see. UNIA. Garvey was born in Jamaica. Let's get to it. Goes to Harlem. His black separatist views and his relationship with white races, the Klan interest of advancing the shared goal of racial separation.
Stop. Hold on.
No. Yo, listen. This same ideology or what he did is the same thing that Elijah did and other individuals did. I don't agree with it. A lot of people don't agree with it. But he's like, yo, listen, we want to be separate from you. We don't want to be around you motherfuckers. And we don't want this to happen. And this is the same conversation that happens after the Civil War. When they took those 13 black leaders and they put them there, they asked them, do you understand what's happening? What is it that you want? Do you think that you can live amongst our people? Would you be able to fight for us? How does the other people feel? And they said they wanted to be separate away from them. So this is nothing like yo, bro. Anyway, I'm looking for this joint you say, believing that black people needed to be financially independent from white dominant societies. Garvey launched various businesses in the U.S., including Negro Factories Corporation, Negro World Newspaper. He became president of Starline. 1923, he was convicted of mail fraud, boom, penitentiary, Atlanta, Calvin Coolidge. Garvey was a controversial figure. Some in the
You skipped the whole paragraph, though.
Nah,
I'm
looking for what you told me that's going to be in here. That he wanted to be the king of all Africa. That's what you said.
I got it pulled up. You want me to read it?
Yeah. Where is he to say he's going to be the king of all Africa?
All right, now listen.
Where's it at?
Garvey was born. Listen, it's in the paragraph right before. All right.
Wait.
Now,
What
Garvey was born in Wiki. In Wiki.
Okay.
Well, you said believing that black people needed to financially independent from. You started there. There's one right above that.
Wait.
It says Garvey was born a modestly prosperous Afro-Jamaican family in St. Ann's Bay. All right, and was apprenticed into the print and trade as a teenager, like Unbiased said. Now, working in Kingston, he became involved in the trade unionism. He later lived briefly in Costa Rica, Panama, and England. Okay. Now, on returning to Jamaica, he founded the UNI in 1914. In 1916, he moved to the United States and established a UNI branch in New York City, Harlem district. Emphasizing unity between Africans in the African diaspora, he campaigned for an end to European colonial rule. I don't know how that is, because he's trying to send you to a colony of that is run by America over in Liberia.
No,
but anyway,
no, it's not. Liberia was manned by Africans at that time. What are you talking about? Why are you making this stuff up?
Okay, well, I'm wrong about that. I'm sorry, but let me finish reading.
Yeah, go ahead.
Into European rule in Africa. In Africa, and advocated the political unification of the continent. He envisioned a unified Africa as a one-party state governed by himself. Okay. He's going to be the governor. Okay. He's going to be the ruler. He's going to go to Africa. Ain't never been there before. A Jamaican telling us how to live. Trying to get us to go back to under the American Colonization Society, guys. Using the same talking points as them and the Klan, and then he wants Africa to be governed by himself.
Hey, yo, fam, listen closely.
All right, go ahead.
When we use Wikipedia as a thing, it's okay to use Wikipedia, but when these claims is made like this right here, it has to be a source there so we can go get it. There's no source. There's no number next to this. There's no 1 next to this. There's no 2 next to this. There's no nothing next to this statement. There's nothing next to this. I'm just saying, bro, that's how it works. Like, you don't just, like, if we scroll down, right, it says Garvey arrived back in Jamaica in July 1914. Next to it, it says 68. You press 68, shows you where it got it from. Then it says the Gleaner, press 69, press 70. For every statement that's under this now, it's telling us exactly where this came from. So I don't know, bro. I don't know about that.
So you don't know that he met with the KKK? You saying I'm a lie there?
No, that's not a lie.
You're saying that he wasn't using hold on. He wasn't using the American Colonization Society's ideal of sending us back to Africa because they said that we was hold up. Said that we was unfit. And do you know where these terms come from? Just like I said, I could go down the list for you. I've already done it. I've already done these presentations. I start with the Papal Bulls, and then I go to Carl Linnaeus, who started classifying humanity, and saying that the Afro-Niger was lazy, cunning, and lustful, and then you go to Johann Friedrich Blumenbach, who weaponized the term race, split humanity up into 5 different races, and put the white people on top. And then when you want to go to the population control agenda, you go to Robert Malthus. That's who started that. That's who started the population control agenda that's still going on with Bill Gates and people like that today, these philanthropists. But see, these are the things that I've been talking about for years. And this is easy work. And just like I said, Garvey was a Klan member. A Klan member. Not only that, he's using the American Colonization Society movement 100 years later, still pushing their narrative. In the American Colonization Society didn't end until 1964. All right? So, like I said, all of this was already in place in front of him. Even what y'all said, he took the term Pan-African too from somebody. So he's taking that from the Pan-African movement. He's stealing that from somebody. He's tethering on to that. He's tethering on the American Colonization Society movement with the Klan and trying to be buddy-buddy with them, and he's a member of that. And then he wants to go over and he wants, envision a unified Africa as a one-party state governed by himself. He wants to govern Africa, the whole of Africa. A unified state. All of Africa. That means all of Africa governed by himself. Come on, Rob Warren. That's craziness. Oh, that's craziness.
Yeah, man. I don't know about Garvey being a Klan member, bro.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was.
I don't know about that, bro. That's wild, son, for you to say that.
He's meeting with him, buddy with him. He was a Klan member. I believe he was a Klan member. You know, if I'm not mistaken, I do believe that he got the membership. He was an honorary Klan member in blackface, pushing, racist agenda, the American Colonization Society's agenda, to send us back to Africa, to Liberia, bro. Where they going over there and they setting up and, you know, going against their neighbors, even trying to spread out and expand and colonize them. They talking bad about them. They moving in their homeland, and you know they acting like they run the stuff now. And Garvey wanted to go over there and be the governor. He wanted, everything was ruled by Garvey, the governor. You know, set your hard-foot having, coconut eating, self-grandizing ass down somewhere, Garvey.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
that's crazy, bro. I mean,
but it's the truth, though. It's the truth.
Hey, bro, call them what you want, man. I put it on the screen, bro. So I don't understand.
And Garvey's coming in as an agent, not even an American, coming in trying to tell us how to live. Oh, no, hold on. Trying to tell us how to live, and then will take us over to Africa where he never been and become the king of Africa. Man, don't that sound delusional as hell?
Yo, listen, brother. You right.
That's delusional.
Yo, listen. He said African for the Africans, period. This is a slogan and things of that nature. But
he's going to be the king of Africa once he gets over there, though. He wants to be governed by him. He wants all of Africa to be governed by him. He envisioned a unified Africa as a one-party state governed by himself. Yes, he did.
He did it. He didn't want all Africa to be. Where did you get this from? Could you give me a source? Or
Wiki.
This is what y'all do.
Pull up Wiki. Pull up Marcus Garvey and Wiki.
Let's pull it up. And it's gonna say what you just said, right?
Exactly.
Right now. Okay, it's gonna say Marcus Garvey wanted to be the king of all Africa. Let's pull it up right now. Wait.
It says Garvey was born a modestly prosperous Afro-Jamaican family in St. Anne's Bay. All right, and was apprenticed into the print and trade as a teenager, like Unbiased said. Now, working in Kingston, he became involved in the trade unionism. He later lived briefly in Costa Rica, Panama, and England. Okay. Now, on returning to Jamaica, he founded the UNI in 1914. In 1916, he moved to the United States and established the UNI branch in New York City, Harlem district. Emphasizing unity between Africans in the African diaspora, he campaigned for an end to European colonial rule. I don't know how that is, because he's trying to send you to a colony of that is run by America over in Liberia.
No,
but anyway,
no, it's not. Liberia was made by Africans at that time. What are you talking about? Why are you making this stuff up?
Okay, well, I'm wrong about that. I'm sorry, but let me finish reading.
Yeah, go ahead.
Into European rule in Africa. In Africa, and advocated the political unification of the continent. He envisioned a unified Africa as a one-party state governed by himself. Okay. He's going to be the governor. Okay. He's going to be the ruler. He's going to go to Africa. He ain't never been there before. A Jamaican telling us how to live, trying to get us to go back to under the American Colonization Society, guys. Using the same talking points as them and the Klan, and then he wants Africa to be governed by himself.
Hey, yo, friend, listen close.
All right, go ahead.
When we use Wikipedia as a thing, it's okay to use Wikipedia.
And this is easy work. And just like I said, Garvey was a Klan member. A Klan member. Not only that, he's using the American Colonization Society movement 100 years later, still pushing their narrative. And the American Colonization Society didn't end until 1964. All right? So, like I said, all of this was already in place in front of him. Even what y'all said, he took the term He took the term Pan-African too from somebody. So he's taking that from the Pan-African movement. He's stealing that from somebody. He's tethering on to that. He's tethering on the American Colonization Society movement with the Klan and trying to be buddy-buddy with them, and he's a member of that. And then he wants to go over and he wants, envision a unified Africa as a one-party state governed by himself. He wants to govern Africa, the whole of Africa. A unified state. All of Africa. That means all of Africa governed by himself. Come on, Rob Warren. That's craziness. All that's craziness.
Yeah, man. I don't know about Garvey being a Klan member, bro.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was.
I don't know about that, bro. That's wild, son, for you to say that.
He's meeting with him, buddy with him. He was a Klan member. I believe he was a Klan member. If I'm not mistaken, I do believe that he got the membership. He was an honorary Klan member in blackface, pushing, racist agenda, the American Colonization Society's agenda, to send us back to Africa, to Liberia, bro. Where they going over there and they setting up and going against their neighbors, even trying to spread out and expand and colonize them. They talking bad about them. They moving in their homeland, and they acting like they running stuff now. And Garvey wanted to go over there and be the governor. He wanted everything was ruled by Garvey, the governor. Set your hard-foot having, coconut eating, self-grandizing ass down somewhere, Garvey.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy, bro. I mean,
it's the truth, though. It's the truth.
You have nothing. You're just talking. You have nothing. So now you talked about Marcus Garvey. I don't know why you want to talk about Marcus Garvey. You called him the biggest scammer of all. Marcus Garvey, you could really call him a black nationalist because of the things that he created more in America. This comes from the nationalhumanitiescenter.org. Let's scroll down here. We're going to look at what this person brought forth. I'm going to turn this screen sideways so we can see this. Blah, 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 blah. Unbelievable. Tulsa. Let's go down. We almost there. Okay, now we here. Hold on, because I haven't looked at this in a while. I want to make sure that I got it right. Garvey organized his group in a way that made the sentiments viable, and that's the sentence of we need to liberate ourselves. He created an African legion that dressed in military garb, uniform marching bands, and other auxiliary groups, such as the Black Cross Nurses. He was elected in 1920 as that provision. But I want to get to these organizations. I want to get to what he brought forth here. Want to get to that. Where is it at? Okay, we have the Black Church, Mr. McGuire. We have that. Okay. Garvey's black nationalism blended with Christian outlook rather dramatically when he claimed that African Americans should view God through our own spectacles. That's one part. Let's go down. We want to get here. Where is it? Man, where the hell is it, man? I think I passed it. In any event, he had multiple organizations dealing with steaming, dealing with stores, dealing with groceries, dealing with cleaners, dealing with manufacturing goods, and all of those things beside this starship. And that's a whole different conversation for a whole nother day. So why is this person important? He's important because he was the #1 person who was the enemy of the United States.
My guy, Marcus Garvey, first of all, met with the Klan after the Red Summer, the most dangerous, violent acts in Black American history by the Klan. He met with these guys. That was taboo. Black Americans, we don't meet no black activists. Nobody meets with the violent terrorists that have been terrorizing us for 100 years. The reason why Jim Crow is alive and well. Okay? these guys overrid. You think ICE overrides police? The Klan was worse than ICE. All right. So no, you don't meet with the Klan. And this guy, upon meeting them, was praising their works and what they written, all spooky stuff. Now, why did he meet with the Klan? He seen them as the modern ACS. He thought the Klan can fund these scared, in his mind, these scared Negroes trip to Liberia. But what's the problem with Liberia, Rob Bourne? What's the problem with Liberia? The problem with Liberia is that Garvey had a theory like Henry, like good old Henry. But when it's time to put it in practice, Liberia didn't agree. They never told Garvey, hey, yeah, bring all those 20 million, 40 million Negroes over here. They actually said the opposite. They said, don't bring your West Indian ass over here. And don't bring none of those real blacks over here. Y'all stay there, y'all work that out, and we're going to be over here. So he never got the green light to go to bring 20 million or 40 million black folks to Liberia. Yo, y'all should have educated this guy who he's talking to. All right, and then let's talk about the scam. So that's part of the scam because he's pitching this as a real reality when he knew there was nothing ever negotiated for him to bring anybody to Liberia for residence or repatriation. Dude, you think he's talking to my guy? I don't need to share shit just off the top of the head. All right, then Marcus Garvey was selling stocks. Black people selling stocks for stuff. Booker T. Washington was selling stocks. Who was selling stocks to get shit done? This dude came here with a stock. I'm about to say stock option, but that's a real thing. That's a real term. This dude came with stock certificates because this guy was a scamming printing guy. He had a printing background in Jamaica, okay, and in London. So he knew how to print some stuff. So he printed some stock certificates. And he told Black America, let's get on those stores too, my guy. Right. Didn't I cook you on this before the Nation of Islam and you thought they owned some stuff? I said, nah, the members, I got to get you again. Marcus Garvey, my guy, he used the stock money to purchase those stores and those businesses, my guy. Now, he didn't disclose that to his investors. Yeah, you share your screen on that too? Yeah, all the money they gave him for stocks, he used that money to, so while he's trying to ship you to Africa, he's anchoring himself to America.
Right. Robbing Peter to pay Paul.
Good. So you robbing Peter to pay Paul, man. Go ahead.
Right. All right. Okay. So watch this. Now this is what you gotta do it, my guy. When I say scammer, I mean every goddamn letter. He was selling stocks for a ship that he did not own, did not possess, nothing. Okay. He was selling stock certificates. You can share my screen on this one too. Selling stock certificates to a ship that he did not disclose to his investors that he did not own, did not have in possession, never did have in possession, by the way. He had all these people purchase this stock to a ship he never owned. And he had a picture, hey, look at this beautiful Titanic type ship I'm gonna have for you guys. We're really gonna go to Africa now. Dude never owned it. That is literally the definition of scamming. It's to say, that's Bernie Madoff, okay? Pyramid schemes. Hey, invest in this, and I'll get you to the promised land. Some heaven type stuff he was preaching to Black Americans. A couple fools know that agree with that shit. He had to help expose them. And when he when he met with the Klan, yeah, that part off the government's go campaign, by the way, led by A. Randall. I'm gonna throw you
up. All right, bro. Okay, bro. Whatever you say, bro.
Yeah, we ain't doing that. Let me select your name right now. When you try to run, you're gonna be right off this damn panel.
What? What did you just say to me, bro?
Let me select your name now, because if you try to run from the question, after
run from what question? Run from what question?
Did Garvey sell stocks to a ship he didn't own?
No.
To Black Americans. He's a piece of shit. Okay.
No. I just want you to put the source up there, bro.
Hold on. So let me go back. I mean, I feel like this ain't even. I shouldn't have to do this, but you know, I feel like I shouldn't have to do this, but this is like common sense. Yeah, like I spoke to so many on this channel, bro. All I do is speak to Garveyites, members of UNIA, Greg Phillips, all type of people, and all of them admit to. I ain't got to share a screen. Like people know the history, but just for the sake of it, so you don't run with a narrative. He didn't share a screen. Let me share my screen. So right over, they got the stock thing and everything in here. Who's a damn scammer, yo? The black folks hated that. They want them out the damn country. We got no tolerance for immigrant scammers. That you gonna scam us, goddamn. At least be our own. this dude is coming to our country as a foreigner with a foreign ideology. We're over here trying to establish our presence in America. We don't flee, my guy. We don't run from our homeland. This guy he fled from his homeland and want us to flee from our homeland. Check this out. So this is a copy. This is a image of the false advertisement. Okay, so now let's read it. It says the Black Star Line, bro. Like I said, I'm surprised somebody actually said share my screen. That's crazy. Okay, so the Black Star Line brochure for Filers Weekly, central exhibit in the mail fraud case of 1921. Filers Weekly did not exist, so he got a brochure of a ship that does not exist.
So the ship doesn't exist.
Okay, look, I'm gonna read it one time. The Black Star Line brochure for Filers Weekly, central exhibit in the mail fraud case of 1921. Filers Weekly did not exist. This is a doctored photograph. That means his printing skills was in play, right? The same way he made the stock certificates. This is a doctored photograph of an ex-German ship. Is that scamming, bro?
Okay, so now who heard one word I said? You hear how muffled I was and how clear he is? This is why sometimes I will take down a video and talk over it like I am right now with the microphone so you can hear what I said. If you hear his argument clearly and you can't hear mine, then how can I rebut, defend, or win, or be right? Anyway, I read this article. I said the Black Star Line brochure for Phyllis Wheatley, central exhibit in the mail fraud case of 1921. Phyllis Wheatley did not exist. This is a doctored photograph of an ex-German ship called the Orion. It was put up for sale by the United States Shipping Board. The Black Star Line, Marcus Garvey, had proposed to buy her, but the transaction never was completed. And in spite of all this, so it's a doctored photo by Marcus Garvey. And what he did was he told his investors, black Americans, hey, invest in my new ship. Okay, and he solicited donations through mail for this ship. That was the mail fraud case. But he never owned the ship. The transaction never happened. I simply asked for our born. Now, is that scamming? And this is his answer.
Showing an image that's not what you're selling, is that scamming? No? Is that false or true?
Is that what false or true?
Yeah, what I just read.
I can't even hear you, bro. That shit is like mumbled on my shit. I heard you say a ship name.
Exactly. And that's why I did the debate with the microphone today. That's why I read. Exactly. And I said that's exactly how I sounded, and that's how I sound now as I'm talking to you. And that's why when I presented this video we did yesterday, I was responsible. I went over my talking point with my microphone. I know I sound muffled. You just said it. I'm gonna clip this thing up so perfectly. All right. So the Black Star Line. Did Marcus Garvey doctor up a photo to misrepresent a ship that he supposedly owned and solicit stock sales for that very ship from Black America? You said no, right? You said you still stand on that?
Yeah, he had a shit, but that wasn't the name of that joint, as far as I remember. It's called the Yakima or some other shit. What is this? Where is this from? What's this one from?
This is your same thing. When you were sharing your wiki thing.
Oh, it's the same wiki page? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was showing what you said. Okay.
Yeah, because I know it's here. But so whatever the shit was called, you still don't believe that he misrepresented a ship to his investors and had them
no.
So as you can clearly not hear me, I'm so muffled. So anyway, I said regardless of what the ship was called, because he want to argue that, I don't care. The bottom line is my initial argument. You don't think that's scamming when Marcus Garvey was soliciting investors' money to purchase stocks for a ship he does not own? You don't think that's scamming still? And he clapped back with oh well, I'm not saying it wasn't. I just wanted you to source up the information. So basically, he denied it. He denied it was scamming because he wanted me to share my screen. So he lied. So, I mean, it's the most bogus reason to lie, dude. But he's a scholar. He has integrity, dude. The bottom line is that Garvey's a scammer, and you're out of here. You was acting like he was some noble man that stood on 10 that Black Americans should revere and talk about him and make him an icon. And I was correct. He's a scammer. We wanted nothing with him. We wanted the Marcus Must Go campaign to be successful, and it was. Got that failed tether out of here. He was in Jamaica initially with the Black Star Line. He failed. He came to America, got deported. He failed. He went back to Jamaica with the Black Star Line, failed again. He went to London, failed again. 4-time failure, man.
You see, I was looking to see if you knew, like because the story is this, right? The story is this: the corporation owns the ship. It is a ship. The problem is that the people that went and purchased the ship, they purchased it from a European. The ship was fucked up, and what he didn't do was basically like tell the people like, yo, this shit is not right and exact. So now,
is that scamming?
No, it's not scamming. He was trying to get it. No. Hold on, brother. Listen, it's not scamming.
Somebody sell you a lemon. That's not scamming.
Nah, brother. No. Hold on.